up once again.
Well, fatigue really takes over until you get into the car, and then it's just like any other time.
Yeah.
You feel tired. You've got to try and really try and avoid mistakes. But this part of the race is so dominated by how your car is performing, where you are in the race. How your car is performing, where you are in the race. The effects of having been in one for so long and having turned so many laps of the venue. 257 laps now. The leader is on. I would have thought we will clear, we're easily going to clear 300, aren't we, for this iteration of the 24-hour virtual. So yeah, plenty of tours being completed. We've got Victor Martins in the pit lane in the 37. He's come back out in that car again, so a reasonably long stint for the Formula 3 champ.
Yeah, is he approaching his final one? I wonder. He's doing a good job. He's been a driver who has definitely taken an aggressive approach to this race. At times he has driven it like he has been in the FIA Formula 3 car with the moves down the inside rather than the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. But it's been that's been the great thing to watch about this race, I think, hasn't it? It's been putting drivers who are used to racing in the junior formula, say, some who are used to racing in karting, against some professional drivers like Danny Juncadella, who we are used to seeing racing in sports cars, and putting those different driving styles together makes for some pretty exciting racing, as has been proven. Drivers like
Drugovich, who we see behind the wheel of the Mahler BMW, and a car which was caught on the way through by a couple of LMP cars. I think it was the Brabham car caught it on the way through, in the way into the pit lane. And that car has been in and out of the pits. Drugovich has taken it over, and I'm not sure if it suffered any ill effects. Oh, there's the red line one. Look, Max Verstappen in the pit lane again, unfortunately. And they've been suffering connection issues with that car. And it seems to be that Max Verstappen is struggling with whatever technical issue that they are having with him. With that car again, it was the issue that dropped them away from the lead of the race, and it really is moving them completely out of contention now, unfortunately. The 63 AMG car continues on, but the red line number one still in the pit lane. Verstappen has joined the pit lane and will be back out on track. But yeah, more misfortune, unfortunately, for the Formula 1 World Champion.
Yeah, he spoke, didn't he, in an interview about just finishing this race. Not just finishing, in fact, finishing and winning.
That sounds more like Max.
Yes, I almost thought I was speaking about someone else there. But yeah, Max Verstappen did say, when he spoke in an interview, didn't he, wanted to help his team go and win the race this time. Sadly, it looks like it's going to be a DNF for them once again. Unfortunately, it's going to turn into another very difficult afternoon. Max Verstappen back in pit lane, so all we can do is hope that they are able to get back out and continue circulating.
He hasn't made it back out onto the racetrack yet. He's been sat in pit lane for a number of seconds now. So whether they're just doing a full service stop before he heads back out onto the road for Verstappen, but you know, in all meaningful terms now, he's really going to struggle to put in any kind of certainly, well, any kind of top 5 performance realistically. The 444 car makes its way. That's Josh Skelton in the Van Wall Burst, and we've seen a lovely little battle that continues between him and the GRE sports car of Castro. You can see just up the road. That's still the 14th and 15th place battle. Rougier pitting the R8G car, the number 8 car, just ahead of them, so that'll become the 13th and 14th battle unless they follow him into the pits as they go through this time.
Now, if you're wondering why Martin came in, he wasn't telling me what's for breakfast or anything. He was telling me what happened to Max. He's had a game crash, sadly, so he's trying to get things reloaded and get himself back into the race. So more problems for Max. It's another problem that he's faced. There's been many that have come his way, really. None that seem to be his fault, but unfortunately Max Verstappen has had a game crash and will now try and get that reloaded and get that back out onto the circuit. I guess you could compare that to something going wrong with the car and having to bring it back into pit lane. Here we see, speaking of R8G, Arthur Rougier bringing the number 8 car into the pits. And they will get going again very shortly in GTE. The other R8G, 888, leads by 2 minutes ahead of the BMW Team Red Line, one of the red lines that's going very well. Only 10 seconds ahead of the Oracle Red Bull Racing car, and Project One follow after that. That's a very close-knit field. We are in pit stops in the GTE class currently, though, so we will wait for those to cycle all out.
Yeah, Arthur Rougier bringing that car in. It's the third appearance in the Le Mans 24 hours virtual for him. He's replaced at the wheel by Thomas, who takes that car back out into 15th position. It's been a relatively quiet run for that crew, hasn't it? With the other car featuring slightly more, but R8G dominant in the GT category. They've really learned how to make that Ferrari work. LMP not quite working out for them in exactly the same way, Chris.
No, not really. They had a great run with the 888, as you said, in qualifying, the car that took them to a victory a little bit earlier this season, back in the 4 hours of Monza when they took pole position there. Alex Smoliar helping them to go and take the win back there. In terms of R8G season this year in LMP, they have been able to get on the podium with this car back at the 6 hours of Spa. The 18, though, has had a bit more of a difficult run, has a best result of 17th so far this season, but has a very good chance in beating that. They are now running in 12th place, so going along a little bit better. That is the car, of course, of Romain Grosjean, so no doubt we'll see him back out at some stage. I'm sure we'll have a little bit more of his stint to complete. Chris Lullum leading the way out front by just over 20 seconds for Team Redline ahead of Alpine Esports, but we watch this number 8 R8G. Next for them will be the 444 of Josh Skelton, who continues to try and hold on now to the 101 GRE sports car, which recently went by. Max Verstappen still in pit lane, by the way. No update there. They have not been able to get going as of yet, and as such they continue to fall down the order. Yeah,
they're making a decision down there, aren't they, at red line. Couple of game crashes for Max Verstappen have put him out of the running here, and they're making a call, I would imagine, on what they now do strategically, if they can be of any benefit to their teammates in the number 2, whether they continue with that car and in what guise. But all we know so far is it's a terrible shame, unfortunately, for Max Verstappen, who looked absolutely in the hunt to be the winner of this iteration of Le Mans Virtual. That's the cruelty, though, of this race in real life and in virtual terms, that the amount of drivers I know who've nearly won Le Mans far outstrips the amount of drivers I know who've won the event, and that's because of the nature of the race. The 888, coming back to R8G, 888 now being driven by Andonovski. Interesting quote from him. I looked up to many people that I now race against today, and isn't that just a characterizing of this event? Lorenzo Colombo, a driver who has appeared multiple times in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, trying to chase him down. And interesting that the time's more variable across the GT class. I think they tend to lose a lot of time when these prototypes lunge them down into the braking zones, whereas the prototype cars appear to be able to be more consistent. Last time around, Colombo taking 7/10 of the second out of Andonovski, who finds his way to the pit lane, but they've been trading tenths, it's fair to say, Redline and the R8G Ferrari throughout most of that stint. Andonovski obviously off sequence with the rest of that GT field, using fuel but going faster broadly than the BMW and the Porsches behind him, has found his way to the pit lane, the earliest of that group apart from Oliveira in the Fira 95 car, who has already been in and out, but he's one of the earlier pitters in the GT group.
So with GTEs, there's, you'd say, more to win and lose there with all those traffic coming through. And is that something you can do yourself? I know you can't stop an LMP from lunging down the inside of you at the Porsche curve.
They certainly try. You can try to take control of the racetrack. Realistically, there has to be an acceptance there that you're going to be passed, and you might as well do so gracefully. But the driver, it's part of the skill of being a modern GT racing driver, and being passed, just as we see there, and not losing any time is I believe, a greater skill than passing without losing any time. It's a very, very tough thing to do. You'll see them just ease a prototype through on the way into a braking zone where they don't lose any time, come back underneath and make sure that they get the exit, then take control of the road on the way into the braking zones. They don't want to cede to the prototype car behind. But pixels between them, the Van Wall car and the Red Bull Porsche there on their way through the Porsche curves. We drop in with the Project 1 Porsche sitting in 4th place by Door Esports at the moment. They're 17 seconds back from the Red Bull Porsche we almost saw wiped out in the middle of the Porsche curves by the Van Wall Burst car. That is the battle. So you've got Andonovski in the R8G, you've got Colombo in the BMW team Redline, then it's Red Bull, then it's this Project 1 Porsche that's making its way into the Ford chicane now. Then you've got the BS competition BMW, but that's another 25 or so seconds back. Healthy lead for the R8G, which has been whittled slightly. They've just come out of the pit lane. Andonovski, Colombo, Conright, and then Kiss. The real battle still for the victory, it must be said at this stage, with 5.5 hours to go in GTE. Yeah,
Norby Kiss doing a really good job, as we've mentioned a couple of times, a little bit different to what he's used to racing in the European Truck FIA European Truck Racing Championship. A multiple champion there. This one moves a little bit quicker. They famously go to Le Mans and race around there as well, and have a huge festival when they are there. It's some event they put on there, and Norby Kiss now doing a good job for his team. I've got to say, Project 1 starting down in P10 in class. They've done a really good job to move their way up to P4 in class. It's been a fantastic job by them so far for a team that has a best result of 9th so far this season. That is a hugely impressive job done by them.
4-time European truck racing champion Norbert Kiss, and ETCR 2022 championship winner as well. There are many of us that claim to be versatile racing drivers, but I think that takes home the honours slightly. V-Power Clio Cup champion in 2006. So he's had a bit of a go, Norbert Kiss, in some machinery here, there, trying his hand at virtual Le Mans racing and doing a lovely job of it. 3:49.7 last time round. Was the second fastest of the top four. Fastest was Lorenzo Colombo in the BMW Team Redline car. Andonovski still on his outlap, so we'll see how that shakes out. Looks to be about 41 seconds to the good at the front of the field in this car, which you can see. Actually, that's the Simsa. The Simsa Ferrari, not the R8G. Simsa are a little bit further down the order. That is Assam sitting in the 9th position in that 66 car.
Yeah, a fantastic start to the season by them. They got their best ever result there. They've trailed backwards slightly since then, but still, this would complete a season full of top 10 finishes if they could stay here, and I think they would definitely take that one. They sit 7th in the standings and have a great chance to move up to the top 3, possibly the top 2 with a good result if things were to change and move in their direction.
They must be looking, though, at R8G, and we were talking a little bit with Martin about this when he was on air about an hour ago. They must be looking at R8G and thinking, how are you extracting that speed out of the same chassis that we're using? You can't blame car build, you can't blame Preparation, so it is only setup, isn't it? It can only be set up and driving realistically for them. So the number of parameters, there are a number of parameters of oversteer on the way into the second part of Indianapolis there for the Simsa Ferrari, but the number of parameters are so small. I remember finding it when I did this race back in the initial running, the first ever running of it, being amazed by the difference those parameters made and not quite believing the differential in speed for the few parameters that can be changed on each and every chassis.
The amount of testing that must have to go in to find those must be a huge amount, given that you can do as much as you want. You can test all day and all night if you wanted to.
Exactly. I mean, to the limitations, it must be said. I mean, we always say infinite testing. whatever it is that needs to be changed to get you back out there. We do see Verstappen, unfortunately, still in the pit lane in the number 1 car. In the pit lane also the 36 Alpine and the number 3, the third place car, I should say, the number 53 Williams esports car. Wisniewski bringing that AMG team Williams in the non Grove-based Williams car, racing from around the world, coordinated in Grove. That's in the pits. They drop then behind the Brackley-based AMG Petronas esports team. Danny Juncadella, Mercedes Works driver, looking forward to another season full of Works GT3 racing. Daniel Juncadella, but sitting in 3rd in Virtual Le Mans. Juven back behind the wheel of the Porsche Coanda number 20, and Lallam continued in the number 2 team red line that we're expecting to see in relatively short order in the pit lane, I would say.
Yeah. There we see the Pro Drive car, the Aston Martin, which had a particularly strong start to the race, is running down in 8th place as the pit stops begin in GTE. Norby Kiss is in for Project 1. We've just had Proton in the 88 come in as well. Sadly, issues for the 77 mean they are way down the order. Sadly, it was a difficult evening for them, and they remain in the pits. A real shame for the number 77 team. As we often see in the 24-hour Le Mans, problems can hit you at any stage in this race. So even with 5 hours and 25, Alex, the checkered flag might seem a lot closer than it once did, but still so far away, I imagine, even at this stage.
It only takes one blip for any of these teams, a little moment, a technical slip or any kind of issue, and you just lose so much time to everybody else. It's not a moment, it's not 10 seconds, it's not even a minute. You know, it can be 2 minutes, a lap, the issues we can have. So it's definitely not over yet. But what we have seen is the cream rise, though, to the top, haven't we?
Yeah.
Throughout this race so far in terms of teams, with Redline looking so dominant from sort of the mid-race onward. Coanda coming back at them, trying to fight back from a deficit of a disconnection of their own with the 20 car. 63 keeping a watching brief. Danny Juncadella has been super quick, though, over the last few laps. Took 4/10 out of Antoine Juven last time around. So he looks to be making inroads into that 7.4-second gap that he's currently suffering.
I have to say, you mentioned there, we've got at the head of the field, we're watching Pro Drive in GTE, but as you said, the big names at the head there, Redline, Coanda, Mercedes, where you were at yesterday, Coanda, Williams, Alpine, Floyd Van Wilburst, 2 podiums in this event, in the only 2 times we've had it, but the one that perhaps stands out for me, Brabham Esports. How about that? It's a pretty much a new face, Brabham Esports, and into this world, and they've done a superb job so far. This season they currently sit 12th in the standings with a best result of 8th at the first round, which came after we had quite a lot of incidents in that race. We had a few DNFs, Brabham taking advantage of that. Since then, they have not been able to quite reflect that result, but they have saved the best till last and are running along really, really well in this race.
Yeah, they'll be thrilled with that. I would have thought, putting themselves in that position. The number 62 car, Arne Schoonfleet, behind the wheel of it. Developer and software architect.
Wow.
In Antwerp by trade, and very much a sim racer. Sitting in the 8th position at the moment in that 62 car. And we had the Fordzilla car, the 966, Ferrucci taking over from Ramon Pinheiro, who's been behind the wheel of that car for a good while, and that's come back out in 10th position.
And we're speaking of Brabham. You got the chance to speak to David yesterday. He came in for a visit as well, which was great stuff, wasn't it? Great to see him come in, and I'm sure he's going to be absolutely pleased with what he's seeing here.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that. They're participating in so many different elements of motorsport, developing their cars for GT2, as we see this great little battle going on between, is that one of the Alpines, certainly, and what looks to be the Williams AMG. So you've got the 53 and the 36 battling over 5th and 6th position. Alpine Esports just behind, Lartelieu behind the wheel of that, versus Wisniewski in the number 53. And Wisniewski has just been deposed by Lartelieu, who's been pretty quick so far throughout his stint and been one of the driving forces of keeping that number 36 Alpine up in the hunt, both in terms of fuel mileage and pace.
Still, Max Verstappen sits in the pits. It's been almost around 20 minutes now. It's a long time they've been sat in there. We hope that they can get back out soon onto the circuit. BMW Team Redline, let's get an update in GTE. They've just returned back out onto the circuit. Oracle Red Bull Racing 14 seconds back. It's that's still a lot of room for changes there in GTE, isn't it? In the podium places, the top 5 places, we can. I know we're in a pit stop sequence, but we can still see lots of changes.
It's all going to depend how it works out through to the end of the race. We've seen 13, 14 lap stints for some, 15 lap stints for others. R8G clearly out of sequence with those 2 BMWs, and it depends how they stack then through to the end of the race in terms of pit stops. And who owes what to whom in terms of how we end. The R8G car has done an extra stop, if that's anything to go by, over the 2 BMWs. The BMWs have been going a little bit further. The question is, will those Beamers have to splash before the end? And with what kind of pace can they do so? Because if they're able to not splash before the end of the race and also keep up the pace that they've been showing throughout, then it should give them the opportunity to attack. Lorenzo Colombo in and out in the second of those, the red line run BMW. You're on board with the number 53. That is the Williams Racing AMG Esports team. And that's Wisniewski sitting in 5th position, making his way through the exit of Dunlop. And one of my favourite sections of the circuit, I must say. Underestimated bit of the track through the Forest S's. They're all keeping well away from that curb on the right-hand side. Really unsettles the car and really pitching it in to Tetra Rouge over the bumps. There's a big bump in the road there where racetrack joins public road. Got to be really careful in wet conditions. Blasting with track temperature ever increasing as we move into the daytime running. Number 53 car has looked reasonably well balanced throughout the race. They've not had the ultimate pace over the last couple of laps in the hands of Wisniewski, but could well have been a little bit of traffic. Got a nice clear lap this time, and moving across the road. The camber in the road, just have to nudge the car over that camber and make sure that you're not scrubbing too much speed. This is the part where you start working out the distance. You have so much experience of GTs, how fast they're going versus you and which one it is. You start working out. We should be able to pass that well before Mulsanne corner. Yep, indeed, through the kink. And then a good long run down to Mulsanne corner. Drivers will be looking out for the next GT and then the next one they need to pass. Lullen brings the number 2 race-leading red line into the pits.
Yeah, the number 2 red line car comes in from the race lead. Update on the number 1 Team Redline car that is sadly retiring from the race. They were hit with technical problems a little bit earlier and unfortunately now they have had to make the decision to retire from the race. A real shame for them. They were hit with issues earlier in the race. Sadly, we will not see the #1 car, Team Redline. Max Verstappen was in the car for them. Unfortunately, we will not see them anymore in this race. That's a real shame for them. They had put in such a good performance, but of course they are not the only team to have been suffered with issues. It's I guess part of racing in the 24-hour of Le Mans. Just making it to the flag is an achievement in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, Redline and Max Verstappen out of the race, and I mean, they were meaningfully out of the race in any case after having the initial technical issue. Obviously, after having further issues, have made the decision not to continue. Understandable decision in many ways after being out of the running. Max has been extremely clear about the fact he's here to try and win this event, and why wouldn't he be? And sorry that we won't be seeing him throughout the rest, the final 6 hours of the race. But I'm sure they will be wishing the best for their teammates, who are still flat out in the lead of the contest in the #2, and will go immediately, no doubt, the team players that they are, into a supporting role for those teammates to try to jump on a test rig, maximise the talents of everybody in that Redline esports suite to make sure that they take home the win for the #2.
That's what I was just about to say as well. You've got a car that's, as you said, well out of the running, but you've got a car that's in the lead of the race, and a support crew around that #1 car, which could very much go and help. And I imagine that's exactly what is going on now. And the 2 car will receive that support, I'm sure, not only from the team but from the drivers that were in that #1 car as well. As we see Chris Lullum coming out of the pit lane. It's down to them now to try and bring this race win home for Team Redline, and it's been that case for quite some time now after those issues hit for the #1.
Fastest lap of the race for Tom Lartilieu in the #36. Fastest lap of their race, I should say, in the #36 Alpine.
It's a good lap time.
And a very nice lap time. They're in the hunt still, and they've got good pace. Lullum's just come back out of the pit lane, having stayed behind the wheel of that Redline car. Lartilieu, that's a quicker lap than I've seen from Lullum throughout his first stint, certainly. Just delivered by Lartilieu. So Alpine Esports driving themselves into contention. 44 seconds is the gap at the very front of the field as we ride down through Indianapolis. But if he can keep up that kind of pace, Lartilieu will be hoovering that gap. It was going to take him a good while, but in case you hadn't noticed, in the 24 hours of Le Mans, a good while is what we've got.
Yeah. I think it probably helps, doesn't it, that he's got a car with someone who's won this race, only 3.5 seconds behind him as well, Nikodem Rizhnevsky, who won back in 2020. So that's going to be, if there's anything that's going to give you the hurry up and keep you on your toes, I imagine as someone, you've been in this race several times, is it almost better when you've got that bit of pressure behind, just to keep you going? Either you've got pressure behind or someone to chase.
No, you're quite correct. Probably more. Whoa, bit of contact then for the car that we were on board with. Is that the Alpine?
It is.
That's the 37 though.
Yes.
That's Victor Martins. We were on board with in the 37 Alpine.
That was
I believe.
Was that
and he's gone straight to the pit lane. So Victor Martins with a bit of contact around the outside. So easy to do. You have to commit. You'll just be so slow all night if you don't commit to that outside line in karting, but you always run the risk of the GT inside you basically doing exactly what happened there, dropping it straight into the side of you. And Victor Martins commits immediately to the pit lane to try to cover off that damage.
Yeah, Victor Martins in from P9 in this race. That looked like the AAA R8G of Andonovski. They were trying to go round the outside of
the leader in GTE.
Yeah, and they ran wide and into the path of Victor Martins. Bit of drama there.
Well, it'd be great to see that again, and I'm not sure if that'll result. I'd like to see it again from outside to see if we think that might result in any kind of penalty for the GT race leader, if indeed that was the car involved. But certainly Victor Martins losing a considerable amount of time from that and is in the pit lane. You've got ARC Bratislava in the pit lane as well. Quick pit stop from Victor Martins, so that was a pure damage stop, wasn't it? Unfortunately for him, which will put him well out of sequence with the cars he's racing.
Here we go.
Here we go then. So Martins goes in. Oh, and he actually, to be fair, Martins catches the Ferrari on the way in with the right front, which is what causes the oversteer for that Ferrari. So in fact, somewhat of his own making, it must be said there, for Victor Martins.
What do you think that is? Caught out by the approach speed, possibly?
Yes, I suspect so, or just a little bit of misunderstanding of placement, or you know, a slight latency between simulators, giving Victor Martins a bit of inaccuracy, then a catch on the back of the Ferrari, and it's all over from there.
Victor Martins, as you said, is now back out, but has lost 9th place because of that now to Team Fordzilla.
But they're still out there, and they'll be delighted to be holding the fastest lap of the race. Another shot of that red line car parked up in the pit lane for Max Verstappen, who is out of this one, as are Rocket Simsport meaningfully, but they're using the opportunity to be out there amongst all of the great talent we have racing this year in Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. And we're watching the 23 car. This is the second. Sport will be delighted to be running round inside the top 10 for the newcomers in such a competitive field. And it is Dendy behind the wheel of the number 62. Bit of pressure for them from behind from Team Fordzilla. Fiducci back behind the wheel of the Fordzilla car. They're a long way out, meaningfully, from Pedersen in the van wall ahead. So a bit of a quiet stretch of racetrack for Brabham. That might be the way they would have it at this stage of the race. And they've really got to just lie in wait now, haven't they, Chris?
Yeah.
And see what happens to the cars ahead. Yeah.
All they can do is just have a clean run, I think, to the end of the next 5 hours and 9 minutes, which is pretty straightforward when you say it out loud, isn't it? Will Dendy in the car for them, British GT racer, now comes out of the chicane. We spoke a little bit yesterday about his time. Used to race in the KF2 category back in karting as well, and worked his way up to British GT. Will Dendy running in 8th place for the Brabham eSports team, someone who is very enthusiastic around esports.
No, it can be a factor of this stage of the race. When we watch Le Mans 24 Hours, we all focus in on the lead battles. When you're in the race, this can so often be the reality of how you are, how you're looking at this stage, where you've got a bit of a gap ahead and behind. What you've got to do is keep up a decent pace, not make any mistakes, and then see what the race gives you. And so often, if you're having a decent run of things and your car is behaving itself reasonably well, you then end up just moving forward. The 8th will turn into a 6th by the time that you've, you're 2 hours down the line. Then it turns into a 4th. Then you think, wow, goodness me, we're actually on for a podium position there, and start to push. But the amount of times you can be 5 hours out and think, yeah, we're driving to the end now. And then the race arrives on your doorstep by way of mechanical failure for one of your competitors, or a scuffle or an incident. Yeah,
it can happen even in shorter distance races so often, can't it? When you see the person that was behind you and all of a sudden they've ended up P4 or P3, and you thought, had I just kept it on the circuit, I'd be exactly where they were.
Don't know what you mean. I've never been off the circuit.
Oh, it happened to me several times. I wasn't talking about you there, don't worry. But that's something that can, I know people who race in esports will have probably experienced that one or several times throughout racing online. But I guess that's the harder thing than leading a race sometimes, isn't it?
You've got to try and keep your concentration up and recognise that 30 seconds, although you can't see the car ahead or behind, wherever it is, when you jump back behind the wheel, is not really that far over 2 hours, 3 hours behind the wheel of a prototype car. And if you keep on just taking 2-3 tenths out of the driver ahead, and you manage to do that consistently, and then maybe a second on an in-lap, second on an out-lap, and a little bit better fuel saving, all of a sudden you arrive on his gearbox. When you got in the car, having been what appears to be an insurmountable amount of time behind, not relax and just think, there's no way I'm going to catch the driver ahead. You have to keep on it all the time. You never know what's going to happen. You need to keep pushing. The amount of times I've been 30 seconds behind the car ahead in an endurance race, and they've received a 29-second penalty, and you all of a sudden, or similar, and you all of a sudden, it's a bit of an extreme example, but you get the point. You're all of a sudden you're right in the race. You were racing that car since the moment you stepped into the cockpit. You just didn't know it yet. So you've got to drive like you're racing that car all the time. And that's why you've got to be. That's why you see these drivers bouncing the cars over the curbs, using all the road. You can't afford to cruise, because you never know. You could be sitting in 5th place. It could be James Baldwin sitting in the AMG Petronas, number 63, 13 seconds off the car ahead, more than a minute off the lead of the race. All of a sudden, a mass disconnect happens, for example, in the scenario of this race, and you and the Porsche co-owner of Juven are racing for the win with 5 laps to go. So got to stay switched on.
100%. James Baldwin. I guess it's just a case of there goes the Brabham car down the inside of the SFE sports car. It's almost racing that racing the delta ahead of you, that just constantly trying to make sure you're beating that lap time or staying on a consistent lap time. I guess at this stage of the race, are you just giving a lap time to aim for all the time and getting as close as you can, or can you not do that with examples there of negotiating traffic?
I've never driven a lap of Le Mans that, given my current parameters, wasn't flat out.
Right.
So you might be saving a little bit of fuel. You might be managing the tyre a little bit, although tyre degradation in general at Le Mans is quite low. The tyre energy of the racetrack, barring the final sector, is not huge. And certainly the wear rate is not huge. So you're driving pretty much flat out, and if you're saving a bit of fuel, you actually sometimes need to push harder, because you need to carry that speed into and through the apex, and make sure you're not having to pick the speed back up again on the other side of the apex. But lifting out of the throttle 50 meters or so before you otherwise would, and braking 5 or 10 meters later, doesn't make it any less onerous on the driver behind the wheel, you're still leaning on the tyre to its absolute maximum in the mid-corner, making sure you get the throttle pickup absolutely right. The concentration needs to be there. You're still pulling the G in the high-speed corners, so the physicality of driving while saving a little bit of fuel and tyre is pretty much, almost exactly the same. So it can be tougher in many ways to look after the car than it is to drive flat out.
Yeah, I mean, some people would expect when we say he's saving fuel, as you said, you make up for that then in the braking zone and carry just as much speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constantly variable calculation between how much lift and coast you need to do to save the fuel, and you get a feel for it. So teams will generally give you an efficiency map of the racetrack. Right. So in general, the higher speed you're going, the more fuel you save per lift, basically. So the down into chicane 1, for example, is the most efficient place to save fuel around Le Mans. That's because drag squares with speed, so you're pushing more air out of the way, and so you need more energy incrementally per mile an hour of speed gained, and therefore more fuel per mile an hour of speed gained, because that energy has to come from somewhere. So you save the fuel in the areas where it's most efficient. Saving fuel is quite easy, you just go slower. Saving fuel without going any slower is the hard bit, and then you try to manage the balance of the car. So there are several areas around this racetrack. The entry to the first Dunlop chicane, the S's, the Forest S's, the way into the first part of the Porsche curves, where actually lifting out a little early can mean that you can take even a little more apex speed, because you keep the aero platform of the car a little flatter and you give the car more of a chance on the apex. So while you've lost a little bit of speed on the way in, you can gain that speed back in the mid-corner by presenting the car a little bit more nicely aerodynamically. And that is the way, those are the ways and means by which you see professional racing drivers saving fuel without losing time. An eye for efficiency and a bit of a feel for balance. After a while, your engineer can go save 0.2 and you can pretty much do it first lap.
Wow. Is that pretty much that accurate as well? That's
when you're as old and wizened as me and you've done as many laps as me around Le Mans 24 hours.
That's an incredible
and sometimes
insight.
you have to, because the fuel calculations can be imperfect, and fuel collectors can be imperfect, as we see a great battle here between Project One and the Sim Maranello 26 around the outside of Indianapolis. So very deep from Project One.
Have some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Mid-ocean trenches aren't as deep as that.
Yes, side by side on board with Project One then. This is your battle for 5th place in GTE as we come up to those Porsche curves which we were just talking about. And we can see Project One just tucked in behind the Sim Maranello team. We've got Ferrari ahead versus Porsche, which we are on board with now. Are we going to see Project One being able to line up a potential move into those final chicanes?
Yeah, well, it was very deep indeed. Down into Arnage, no harm done.
Oh.
LMP car making its way through this battle. That is one of the hardest things to do in a prototype car in a race like this. It's all very well. GTs tend to be terribly polite when you arrive. They're all on their own. They're driving their stint. They just want to see the back of you. All of a sudden, you've got a driver glued to the steering wheel, glued to the dashboard and the bumper of the Ferrari behind. They've already exchanged position, as is the nature of GT racing, a couple of times during the stint, with maybe a bit of a door slap for good measure. And you arrive stage left into the middle of their battle and have to try to make headway and try and block you and keep their track position, because they know it's their only opportunity. If they let you through, then they're going to have to spend several laps catching back up to the GT ahead of them so they don't want you through. And that's the moment where your stint as an LMP driver really changes, and there's an opportunity to either gain or lose 3 or 4 seconds over your competitors as they encounter a similar set of GTs, which they no doubt will.
Project One making its way in 5th place here, just behind or chasing after 5th place Sim Marinello. A great battle for 5th. It's going to take a slight pause now, and as we take the opportunity to thank our sponsors.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
The 24-hour Le Mans Virtual into the final 5 hours now. Let's look back at some of the moments here. We can see ARC Bratislava, one of the fantastic moves we saw into the Dunlop chicane, and here was another into another chicane as BMW Team Redline went head-to-head with the Oracle Red Bull Racing team. Satellite Racing carried just a little bit too much speed through that chicane, but were just about able to save it in time, as there we can see Red Bull Racing being passed. This is Alpine Esports in the 37 going toe-to-toe with Fordzilla. Victor Martins, having done the majority of laps in that car, remains out in it. A touch on the wall on the exit there. This is the #1 Team Redline car whilst they were still circulating in the race. Marla here almost being caught out there by Brabham, and unfortunately that saw them going off into the barriers. There we can see the contact, and Marla found themselves into the wall there at the Porsche curve. A barrier so many cars have found themselves in over the years. Coming downhill, this was the #1 car and the 444. A great move we picked up in the last hour round the outside. Victor Martins here went straight into the back of the leading GTE and was straight into the pit lane to get that car repaired. Maybe just caught out by the approach speed. This was the #22 Rocket Sim Sport car making its way into the pit lane. Only just about got the car stopped in time. Well, for those of you that might just be joining us or rejoining us, this is where we stand so far. Team Redline in the #2, leading by just under 50 seconds ahead of AMG Team Williams Esports. Then we have the #20 of Porsche Coanda outside of the top 10. The #18 R8G trying to work its way up. Likewise, the #8. Sadly, you can see the #1 Team Redline car there has had to retire from the race, along with the likes of Pescarolo and others. Leading the way in GTE is the 888 R8G car ahead of BS Competition. They have a 15-second advantage over BMW Team Redline. Still plenty of room for change in GTE as we go into the final 5 hours. Chris McCarthy and Alex Brundle here with you for the next hour of racing, and we pick up our race leaders. Team Redline in the #2 car. Some pit stops just taking place. Alpine Esports in the 36 making its way out onto the circuit. Bastien Boos going up to 5th place as a result of that. Someone who raced in the Porsche Super Cup last year, one of the juniors of that championship. Here we see that 888 car then. A scare for them earlier, to say the least, as we saw in those highlights, Alex, to be minding their own business as such, and find an Alpine eSports car charging into the back of them, and that's an example of how quickly things can change. A minute and 44 really isn't a big gap, so Andonovski will be very much aware of that now as he is in for his stints.
Yeah, being chased by Bruno Spengler, no less, in the BMW behind, which will be well, I'm not sure whether it'll be a freaky moment or just a cool moment for Andonovski, to be honest.
Yeah, bit of both.
Colombo behind in the BMW red line, as we've covered. Some pit stops cycling through for the LMP competitors. James Baldwin's taken over the AMG Team Petronas number 63 car. Quite decorated sim race, a bit of a ringer for this event, isn't he, James Baldwin? Because he is doing fabulous things in the world of real-world motorsport. He's also the 2022 eSport Driver of the Year. So having been jumping in British GT cars with Garage 59 at the Spa 24 hours, James Baldwin is in this event as a real-world racer, but has a tremendous background in sim racing.
Well, myself and Alex recently have been talking about strategy and the teams behind them that help them do that. As we watch Peugeot on screen, we're going to cross over to France now, where we have Hayley Edmonds. She is with team race engineer Louis Dossa.
Bonjour. So I'm joined here by Louis Dossa, who is the race engineer for Peugeot eSports. Now, we've just seen, you know, there have been a bit of frustration, notably from Max Verstappen, because he had a disconnect. Now, if anyone can relate, it's us here, because it's exactly the same thing that happened just 1 hour into race. How do you, as race engineer, deal with this kind of situation?
Well, of course, we were all disappointed here. But we are working for a brand like Peugeot, so we have to be focused, and it was just the beginning of the race, so it was still long. As in real life, we know that the race is very long and everything can happen. Of course, we are not dreaming about winning the race now, but we have to race. We are here for that, so we have to race.
So this is, of course, a big downside of, you know, in esports is disconnecting, having bad internet connection. But there, of course, have been other things that have changed, of course, your strategy, notably the red flags. How do you do? I mean, how flexible do you have to be as a race engineer?
Well, before the race, we established a race plan. But we know that it's not going to happen like we want. Sorry. And we have to plan some second thought about that. And we know that respecting the rules that are 3 hours out of 5 for each driver, we are a little bit flexible, and this occurs for us. We were planning not to put Gustavo in the car for the night, and finally he was doing the first part, so this may happen.
So he gets the whole night's sleep. So Gustavo's actually come off quite good from this situation. Now, you actually, I know you from the ELMS paddock because you are race engineer for TDS Racing as well. I mean, what would you say are the biggest differences, or if there are any, between real world and, of course, eSport racing?
Actually, my job is quite the same. Talking about strategy, it's the same, except we have all the tires we want in virtual, whereas in reality there is limited. But establishing the strategy is the same. And then, disconnection can occur, whereas in real life an engine can break or something like that, but quite the same.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you get on with your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Hayley. Great to hear from Louis Dossa there from Peugeot. Of course, hit with problems pretty early into the race, Alex, but still working away very hard over there in France. And great to hear from, as Hayley mentioned there, someone who works with Peugeot and TDS in the European Le Mans Series championship, that the difference is not a huge amount for someone like himself, a race engineer, in getting set up and running in an event like this.
I can totally relate that any plan that you make for a race like this is out of the window pretty much as soon as they drop the green, because after you've done the first few corners, the first few laps, or perhaps the first pit stop, everything, no matter how you've planned it, there's one way that it'll definitely work out, and that's none of the ways you've planned it. Because there are so many different permutations of sequences of events that can happen during these races that no matter how prepared you think you are, it just never quite happened that way. A little bit disappointed naturally down at Peugeot to have had that disconnect early on in the race, and then to be sitting down in 19th position at the moment. But as they say, they represent the brand, they race on, and that's very much in the spirit of the 24-hour race.
3:25.7 for them last time, 3:25.3 for our leaders. Shows, I mean, there's going to be an element of that's great pace, and they'll be happy with that, but almost what could have been for Peugeot. They've showed some really good pace in this race. However, one positive that they'll definitely take, not only if they can get to the flag now, but it is of course what Martin talked about throughout the evening, or just before we went into the evening, that Peugeot are looking to bring 2 cars into the series, and Peugeot, this is a great warm-up for them. They can go and finish this race successfully. They are missing a lot of drivers, sadly, this weekend, which they might usually bring in, and that is due to the fact that we have a lot of racing going on this weekend around the world. A lot of sports car endurance racing. We're watching Project One on screen, by the way. Further up the road, Baton Boost for Porsche Ander in that 23. That's a team that never gives up. 3.5 seconds back from James Baldwin. So Alex, there is definitely plenty to watch out for as we have 4 hours and 46 minutes remain.
Coming back to GTE, the number 888 R8G Esports continues to lead the way, and we can connect with Thibault Larue, the R8G Markham director. Thibault, thanks for joining us. You've had a great run so far throughout this race. You look to be extracting great pace from the Ferrari, really well, at least the best Ferrari, but the only Ferrari still realistically in contention for victory. What's the secret to making this chassis work?
Mate, I have no clue. To be honest, I don't know if it's a good idea to talk right now. I mean, the race is completely crazy. I just pray the most I can. You know, I touch wood. No, I mean, the only secret we could talk about is the team. I mean, we just love this roster. I mean, we have 2 amazing pros. We have King Eran Yayovsky, one of the best ever on Factor 2, Timo Andonovsky, and of course right now I want to think about Risto Capet. He won Monza, but for some reason he's not in the car, and today he did a great job in the Sim Formula by clinching the Sim Formula European runner-up title. So yeah, for me the secret is only human. We just give our best on track, and yeah, those guys are just flying on track. So now we are just really praying.
So you put together this fantastic list of drivers. Does that fall to you? And how do you locate these drivers? Word of mouth? Do you test them? How have you put together this lineup with which you're so happy? Presumably there's a lot of trial and error and pain and hardship involved in finding the right guys to have in your esports car.
Yeah, I mean, regarding Eran Yayovsky, of course, he's part of the team since the beginning. He's a big key of the team, you know. He's so strong. So we build the team around him. It seems that we have a good connection in North Macedonia now with Timo Andonovsky, very hard worker. Not the famous Factor 2 driver in the world, but such a hard worker. He never surrounded. And then the pro driver, we are lucky enough to be a good team. You know, in 2 years' time, we are only 2 years old. Most of the team on the grid are between 20 and 10 years old. So yeah, Scott Andrews is a mega driver. Alex Molia, we get along very well together. Last year we had a first try, and yeah, I presume they like the job we are doing. And once again, I think about Risto Capet. This is his car. Risto is an amazing guy. He did a fantastic job. He knows everything about the factor to like his pocket. So once again, I think we are building a human story.
Yeah, Thibault. So you're what? I think you're a little bit of a sequence with the pit stops. You have 2 minutes now on Lorenzo Colombo in the team Redline car. Are you on sequence nicely to the end, or do you think you're going to have to splash on your current plan?
Mate, I think you have seen the race like us. It's not possible to say anything about being synchronized with anything. I don't know. I've done Le Mans as a journalist for 18 years. I've never been so stressed in real life. The field is insane, and when you think something is done, it's not. So yeah, I fully trust. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a strategist, so I fully trust the team. We have Pierre as well, a great engineer, and they are all working together. So yeah, I prefer to watch the race, and we never know. You know, so many problems on track on the 8 car, heartbroken problems on the 8 car, but because we are flying as well. But yeah, just hope the best for everyone on track, and yeah, hope we will cross the finish line.
Thibault, we'll let you get back to watching the race and biting your fingernails. Have a great and best of luck for the rest of the race. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me in.
Thibault Larue there, R8G Markham director for the 888 Ferrari, which leads the class in GTE. Andonovski behind the wheel of that one, 2 minutes to the good over BMW Team Redline.
Absolutely fantastic. The team that did win back at Monza, 8th in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual last season. So that just goes to show you the steps they've been making. I'm pretty sure that they do have the youngest driver lineup on the grid. They've been known to, throughout the season, bring some really young drivers through, and that young talent is really demonstrating why they were chosen, as you were speaking about there with Thibault, to race for that 888 team, the R8G team. And I'm sure, as he's not in the car, Romain Grosjean himself might even be watching on now and crossing his fingers, hoping that they can bring that car home.
You know, I just find it incredibly interesting, the interplay between these drivers, how they're chosen. Scott Andrews, for example, the driver who's moved between work in America, work in Europe, and in IMSA in LMP3 cars, and now finds himself really as one of the better pro drivers in sim racing. And then, you know, Andonovski, who sits in the car now. How you bring that sequence of drivers together and get them working together must be such an interesting challenge for these teams. And you think it's hard to go and pick yourself a roster, you know, based off drivers who have to be fundamentally licensed. You know where they are. There are only a few series, you know, relatively few series in comparison to the number of esports series in real world motorsport. So you've got a pool to select, and team managers and bosses and driver selectors still can't see the wood for the trees. No. So it must be just the task of a lifetime to try to assemble from the huge number of competent esports drivers the ultimate racing team to take on this challenge, including their character, their ability behind the wheel, their setup, their knowledge of the simulation. That's a real job in itself.
How do you put that to the test as well is another question, isn't it? You know, what is it you do to find out exactly who's going to be the best for you over not only the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, but an 8 hours of Bahrain, a 4 hours of Monza, a 6 hours of Spa, a Sebring 500, then a 24 hours of Le Mans at the end of that. I mean, that is
it's the pressure as well. I mean, so much of this business of esports motorsport is about the pressure of the driver sitting in the sim rig and how they react to that pressure without making those errors. We've had the leader of the race in and out overall. Felix Rosenqvist has taken over the number 2. We now have the GTE leader to whose representative, I should say, we just spoke. Andonovski are expecting to cede the seat of that 888 Ferrari because he's been in that a very long time indeed. Felix Rosenqvist, pretty well known to all, I would say. Top level pro, taking over the number 2 red line.
Picking that up, I mean, it's not just the pressure, as you mentioned, it's the challenge of getting in and racing against those drivers and just racing them like you would anyone else, I guess, isn't it? You're racing Max Verstappen, Felipe Drugovich, Victor Martins, Felix Rosenqvist, Bruno Spengler, you know, a DTM champion. The list just goes on and on. We could talk about the amount of drivers on that professional list and the amount of titles between them. You know, we've got Porsche Super Cup races in there, Le Mans winners in there, multiple Le Mans winners in there as well, and it's of course being broadcast around the world as well. So putting all that together and trying to pick a team, that's that's a really impossible task.
Well, they've got 2 feet like anyone else, and a lot of the time you also won't know who you're racing, which in many ways a godsend in an endurance car.
It doesn't say the name above the car, kind of thing.
The amount of times a driver who in my younger career, a driver who I thought who had tremendous experience, a Sebastian Bourdais or similar, would come up to you and go, "Hey man, that was a little bit of an edgy move down to Arnage." You think that was Sebastian Bourdais. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that one came off. But it's the nature of the beast. You don't know who you're racing, and you don't care anyway. It's all about making your own name in this game, and esports are no different. When you get out there, you know, a load of cars with 4 wheels, 5 if you include the steering wheel, and you've got to get out there and do the business. And if you start being afraid of the names you're racing, well, that's a very quick way to the back.
Yeah, 100%. As we watch the number 86. Those of you who were with us for the highlights a little earlier would have seen this is a car that has been in trouble throughout the race, has found itself off the circuit 1 or 2 times. The number 86 GR Esports car makes its way down towards the Ford chicanes now, as we are about to come up to take over another lap. Well, Alex, you were talking about some edgy moves. That's because you've done a lot of laps round here. Why don't you take us round another one from the commentary box?
So this is the 86. Various strife throughout the race for this car, and heading then down 280 kilometers per hour in 5th gear on the brakes, get it down to 2nd gear over that first curve and over the second. Look at the gentle throttle application. 3rd and 4th. We'll be back down to 3rd for the Forest S's, just up into 5th actually, just before the turn-in point, back to flat out again. Then the accuracy needs to come. 240 kilometer per hour entry, only 20 kilometers per hour shaved off with the brake pedal through the middle of Tetra Rouge, and the car heads out onto the Mulsanne Straight, passing a little bit of traffic as they head down towards chicane 1. In the braking zone, it's about 110 meters on the brakes. Use all of the road on the way in. A little bit of gentle throttle through the mid-corner, and then in and out of the throttle, obviously, as the gear shifts go through the car. Paddle shift on the sim rig and paddle shift in reality. The actuators changing the sequential gear ratios up above 300 kilometers per hour for the second time in the lap so far. 314 on the way down to chicane 2. It's a little later braking zone, gentle throttle. Try and stay out of the throttle if you can through the mid corner of the second chicane. Try and roll the car if possible to take the apex speed. Any throttle we put in tends to push the car a little bit too wide. Now we're working through the traffic. Have to squeeze the car if we can up the inside before the apex. Miss that first apex of Mulsanne corner and roll it through the second. Then it's the gentle throttle application. Bit of a swapper on the throttle to deal with on that nasty curb, bumpy curb through the exit of Mulsanne corner. You've got what's going on behind you in the right-hand screen. You always need to check right to make sure no one's coming through on your way through these kinks towards Indianapolis. Now I'm just expecting a lift of the throttle on the way in. Not even that, or is it? Yes, it is. A big lift, and it blends into a brake for the second part of Indianapolis. A bit twitchy on the exit as well. Another nice braking effort. Big old peak. We were a little bit late with the 86 GR car, and we're late on the throttle as well as we head out of Arnage. We're assessing the traffic ahead. One LMP car shouldn't be catching anything in the Porsche curbs. We'll be up to 6th and then down to 5th, using all the roads and a little bit more on the entry. We're a little wide again through the first part of the Porsche curves. Is it going to force us to lift through the second part? No, it's not. Can stay almost flat and give ourselves the maximum road to play with. Just to lift and go through the karting S's, lifting again through the off-camber left. I think that's the trickiest corner on the racetrack as we pound through Corvette. The fiddly section, big peak of braking to get that load moved across. Then try and stay out of the throttle if you can. Place the car nicely and hammer these last two curbs. First man to full throttle is the man who will take the exit speed across the line. And it is a technical racetrack set over 13.6 kilometers. Such a challenge for drivers to get right over and over again, particularly those big braking zones, which change so much as the track moves from hot to cold, wet to dry, and night to day.
And that's a fantastic insight, and thanks a lot for that. It just shows us doing that over and over throughout the amount of stints these guys do. A minimum of 4 hours is a huge challenge in itself, let alone when you might be 4 or 5 wide going up to the Porsche curves, for example. It's a hugely demanding circuit, very unique, and it's why we all come here every year, both virtually and in June for the 24 Hour of Le Mans virtual and the 24 Hour of Le Mans as well, this year in particular for the centenary, which is going to be a huge event.
Yeah, centenary of the first edition of the 24 Hours Le Mans. It's not the 100th Le Mans, should make that clear. Yeah. Missed a few years here and there with some difficult world events that will be coming up in a few years' time. It is the centenary, the 100th anniversary of the first edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Watching that car we were on board with as it rounds the second chicane, and they continue on their way. The 86 GR Esports car sits in 18th position, and they're pursuing the Yassit Veloce car over 17th. Glisten behind the wheel of that box behind the GR Esports sim rig, and the Peugeot Esports team, who we've been dropping in on, sit behind, although they're a long way back after that disconnect earlier on in the race.
We're seeing some great laps going from Porsche Coanda. I know we've said that one recently from the 23. Dane Warren doing similar things now, 4 seconds back from James Baldwin, doing a good job so far in his stint, where pit stops are being served currently in GTE. It leaves Andrews 35 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Colombo. That's a gap that we are going to have to monitor as we head up to the Porsche curves. And so when you were talking us through this section, we'll Alex, coming up to the Porsche curves here, and whilst we were on board, you mentioned the end of this section is the hardest part on the circuit, would you say?
I think the off-camber direction change between the two S's of karting are probably one of the harder. I mean, there are a lot of very technical sections of the racetrack, one of the hardest sections of the racetrack. You really have to have the car behaving nicely and pitch the front just at the right moment to make sure you make that left-hand apex curb. Track limits challenge now on the exit. Used to be a wall challenge, but now you got to stay within track limits, and it's a big, nasty, bumpy curb. That being said, so yeah, tricky section of the racetrack with a car under a lot of downforce load, and have to get it absolutely right. There's also it's also deceptively run. You don't get the feel for it because you're moving right and then left through Corvette, but you're obviously flat out for that section. It's a deceptively wrong run, and you're already at quite a high speed through the exit of that left-hander at karting down towards the Ford chicane. So you can lose a lot of time on the run down there. Then you have to, all of the adrenaline and an attack you built up through the porch curves, you have to ditch that completely because it's so technical in the Ford chicane. If you try and attack too hard in the Ford chicane, you get that horrible, snappy, messy oversteer and end up inevitably going wide and not attacking the apexes.
Well, we have been watching this number 86 car, the GR Esports car. They are running down in 18th. The car a little bit further up the road, a car we have seen on the podium both occasions in the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual is the Floyd Van Wall burst car. And down the line now we are joined by driver and team manager Jesper Pedersen, who has just jumped out the car. Jesper, Chris McCarthy from the commentary box here. Great to have you joining us. Running in 7th place currently. I know it's been a little bit difficult throughout this race at times, but a great recovery so far to get yourself into the top 7. How are you happy with how things are going so far?
Hi Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long race for us, really. We've been so on lobby throughout the race, and I think it already started in qualifying on Friday with a P17. We got blocked on all three laps, so we started really far down. Got the car back to P5 in the first few stints, and we're actually on pace with the leaders, which was great. But then I disconnected from the server, lost a lot of time. Then we had the red flags where we lost out also, and then straight after the restart, we picked up some damage from a GT spin, and we hit another GT spinning in an arse as well. So we are carrying a lot of damage. So for now, it's just a matter of making it home in Pisa.
And you've just jumped out the car. Of course, we're getting towards the end of the race now. Tell us how the stints are for you as a driver at this stage of the race.
Right now, it's a mental game to keep attacking and be on the limit, because as soon as you start not being on the limit, starting to lose focus, that's where the mistakes are happening. We might not have the car right now, but we still need to do the best job we can and try and attack, so we don't do those stupid mistakes. So right now it's a mental game.
And how having the challenge of being both a driver and a team manager as well, having to look after the team. I imagine it's hard to switch off and give yourself a bit of a break during the race, having to oversee things.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot of work, but throughout the race I'm mostly only a driver, and we have the engineers doing all the, obviously the engineering stuff, but also the team managing stuff, contacting race directors if needed, and all that. So I can mostly focus on the driving itself, so that's great.
Look, I know you mentioned this about getting to the end now, but looking back, you know, through the season, winning a race back at Bahrain, second in the championship, overall you must be very proud of what you've achieved as a team so far this season.
Of course, I'm proud of the guys because they put in a lot of effort, but I think obviously the season started on really high, winning the Bahrain race, leading the championship. But from there on, we really had an unlucky season, picking up several drive-throughs, disconnects, whatever. And into this race, we still found ourselves P2 in the championship. So I think that really showed that we had the pace this season, even though we might didn't have the luck.
And tell us a little bit about the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual for people watching who maybe have never competed in a 24-hour race before, like myself. What are the biggest challenges as a driver for that?
I think that the main thing is we are not under physical pressure from a car or anything. Of course, we are maybe pressing 60 kilos on the brake every time we hit the brakes, but it's not that physical, so it's much more a mental game. And people have done thousands of practice laps where in the real life you get a few 3-hour sessions or whatever it is. So they turn a lot less laps. So in the virtual world, it's a lot closer between drivers, and we really have to be on the limit all the time, and that's really hard mentally to stay on the limit, especially when you're tired.
Jasper, Alex Brundle from the Virtual Le Mans Combox. You've been on the podium here in 2022. You look like, without something pretty serious happening, you're not going to be able to achieve that this year, but it's still been a great run for you through the championship and through the race. Will you be back to join us next year and have another go at this?
I think we have some redemption to do. We had pole in the first event, first Le Mans Virtual, ended on the podium. We were P1 in the championship last year, getting into Le Mans, ended P3 in the championship, and now we're having a bad race of Le Mans once again. So I think we have to come back and actually win the thing.
You got Ben Viscal behind the wheel for you now. What's the plan then through to the end? How much is he going to do? Will you get back in again before the end of the race?
Yes, I won't spoil too much. It's not like we're in a position to do anything, but we might beat it towards the end. But Ben, he will do a few stints, and I will be back in the car.
Great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and well done on a good run. Jasper Pedersen of Floyd Van Wall Burst, the number 4.
Thank you.
Thank you to Jasper Pedersen, a very, very familiar face to us here at the Le Mans Virtual Series. Has pretty much been racing in it since we began back in 2020. BMW Team Redline is another team that has done similar things. Lorenzo Colombo out for them, someone who raced in the Formula Renault Euro Cup, went on to FIA Formula 3, but has now turned to racing in the world of the Endurance Championship. World Endurance Championship is where Lorenzo Colombo is these days, so this more familiar territory for him. Just 3 seconds back from Bruno Spengler, so he's just come out the pit lane. We'll see if that gap stays as it is, but that's a pretty good gap for these guys to chase down if that is the case.
He's caught Spengler significantly then, or maybe we're still going through a pit stop cycle, so somewhere in there Colombo's taken a decent chunk of time out of Spengler, because he was more than 10 seconds back when those two jumped in the car. So good work from Colombo, or indeed strategically from the team to put them in that position. Scott Andrews has now taken over the R8G eSports car, which leads the race. Spengler's been in for a while, as has Colombo. Stevenson in the Oracle Red Bull Racing. They are 254 laps up, so they're basically the whole final sector behind the top 3, but still somewhat in the hunt. We're following on with James Baldwin, GT driver, world fastest gamer, 2022 Autosport eSports driver of the year. He's on board in the bottom right-hand corner. He's in person in the top right-hand corner, and he's off board on the main screen, and he's sideways in turn 1.
Fantastic analysis, all through one corner.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, Chris.
He's going to be looking in his mirrors as well, I think, because 2.7 behind. You might have just caught a glimpse.
I think he's caught himself on the monitor there.
Yeah, Dane Warren. In the Porsche Coanda car, who is trying to chase him down, and took 0.8 of a second out of him last time. So we've got 2 battles to keep an eye on in the top 5 positions in both classes for second in the GTE, and the one you are looking at on screen which is for 4th. And this is great what we get when we do something like the Le Mans Virtual Series. You can see the reactions to the drivers. This is something you don't get when we race in the World Endurance Championship, just because it physically isn't possible. But James Baldwin there doing a fantastic, we getting to see his reactions live is absolutely fantastic, along with all these angles.
Yeah, focus, calmness, and then a little bit of tiredness of all of these drivers maximising their rigs, maximising their cars on track. And great to watch the technique of somebody so entrenched, so competent in sim racing. And let's have a listen in. Yeah, big old lift. Team over our ears have spotted that it does sound like fuel saving. That lower of the rev tone early for Mulsanne corner indicates that he's lifting out of the throttle a little bit early, trying to save some fuel. He is missing a bit of speed to the car behind. He was 8/10 lower than the Porsche Coanda 23 that's pursuing him last time around, and a little bit slower, about a similar amount slower to the Coanda ahead. So maybe trying to make a strategy work here, James Baldwin. Getting out of the throttle a little bit early to try and save himself a bit of gas.
He's just over 60 seconds, albeit 70 back from Felix Rosenqvist. He's, let's see, around 25 back from Sami Matti Trogan in second. Is this a case of, right, let's do something with this strategy to try and take ourselves further towards the front?
Yeah, they've got to, if they need a podium here, they've got to go long, haven't they, and try and take an extra lap. They will have spotted potentially that a partial stint that he might be able to delete at the end of this race, and then have sent James Baldwin out to try and achieve that. It doesn't seem like a lot of fuel saving though to me. They may only need a lap or so. That's about, you know, point 1, point 2. You tend to get a bit more back through Le Mans because it's such a long lap. Let's have a listen to him as he heads down into turn 1. Just going off board there, but James Baldwin certainly was getting out of the throttle a little bit early down to Mulsanne corners. They're an outlier, aren't they? As we see Trogan pitting in the Williams Esports. That's who they've been battling with for kind of most of the last few hours of the race. 63 versus 53 has been the target. And the Trogan's been a little faster, but let's see if Baldwin can go a little longer in the stints.
Now Lorenzo Colombo is just 3/10 back from Bruno Spengler. I think a change incoming. Make that change just happened in GTE for P2. So Lorenzo Colombo puts that car into second place. BMW Team Red Line move up the position. There is the Marler car, the number 10 car. Bajskevisse, we can see.
Yeah, Bajskevisse seems to have been in that car for a very long time now, and has done a chunk of the driving. The female racer has done a lot of time in the Richard Mille Racing car, put in a lot of great stints, the Richard Mille Racing car, in the World Endurance Championship. Now finds herself in the Marler car and doing a lovely job indeed. One of 2 female drivers we have through the 24 hours virtual. 2 BMWs, nose to tail then, and this is Colombo, he's definitely faster, and he has caught Spengler in the other BMW. Red line then versus BS competition. Colombo versus Spengler as they head down towards Mulsanne corner, and Spengler is going to be a very difficult man indeed to outfox. So much experience behind the rig, and he didn't need to outfox him because it wasn't a battle. Basically, Spengler after you. let's be kind to each other. There's still 4 hours, 14 minutes to go, but I will take your toe. Thank you very much. Bruno Spengler thinking better of that one. He knows how quickly Lorenzo Colombo has caught him and decides to continue on with his race with the benefit of a little hole in the air.
Yeah, there we go. So we're looking back from Colombo at Spengler.
Around him, kind of a few tenths faster last time around than the Porsche Coanda just up the road, so maybe got himself back on fuel and is now able to push a little bit more. Could be that he just over pushed slightly in the first stage of that stint rather than necessarily trying to do anything too dramatic with strategy. He's in the hunt for a podium position here, but still, or perhaps then reacting to Warren behind in the 23 Coanda car as well. They've realised that they're going to lose that position if he continues to save fuel. Baldwin more than capable, of course, of delivering the speed, and so has decided to try to maybe ditch that fuel saving for a sec and get the 63 up the road. I
imagine an easy thing to do, particularly at this stage, when we're 4 hours and 12 minutes. We're still well within reach of fighting for a second or possibly even a first, to overcook it on the fuel when you get out there in the car for the first bit of your stint, maybe.
Something really easy to do when being pursued straight out of the pit lane, or you're battling another car straight out of the pit lane, and you think, I'll get this battle done and then I'll figure the fuel out in a minute. And then you end up so far out. And of course, fuel is cumulative. Not only do you have to get back to the number, so you have to change your technique to move back to the number you should have been hitting, but even worse, because fuel is finite, you know, it doesn't emanate from the vehicle, it's in a tank in the back, so the number's then even worse. The more laps you do off fuel, the worse the fuel number gets. And so you can get yourself in a horrible cycle. Eventually, of course, you arrive at the point where pretty much whatever you do, you can't finish the stint or the number of laps that you need to. And that's when drivers end up pitting early. So you've got to really work hard not to get yourself in that ever descending cycle of using more fuel and then being unable to save the fuel to make up for the fuel you didn't save earlier.
And that is just a quick insight out how tricky Le Mans can be at any time in this race, I imagine.
It's just one of, you know, several factors. Changing tyre, the management of the tyre, the changing ambient condition, the group of drivers you have out on track, and they all join together to build your experience and build your performance in a race like this. One can lead to the other, and there's a method of driving that fits, that's a puzzle piece that fits into the puzzle of the portion of the race that you happen to be driving at the moment. You've got to use the information around you and adapt, and that's what driving these endurance cars is all about. The one benefit you have, the one thing in your corner, is you've got a little bit of time to sit there and work out what you're going to do next. You know, on a couple of runs down the Mulsanne, okay, the tyre's doing this, the fuel's doing that. I reckon if I lift X and steer Y, then I can manage this situation. And that's the moment when it needs to happen. You know, on these long runs between the corners, the drivers need to be thinking about what they're going to do to make the car work.
James Baldwin has decided he should come into the pit lane now. AMG Team Petronas in, and that releases Dane Warren, who was just about to start a battle with Baldwin, and that has now stopped that. So Dane Warren we can see now to the top right of screen, and we have on board with him and James Baldwin into the pits. So this promotes the 23 Porsche Coanda up to third, and I think if you're Dane Warren there, that must have been a pleasant sight to see Baldwin peel off into the pit lane there and get released into a clear track.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. I do think Baldwin might be slightly early there. we'll have to check out the strategy. But we've got someone joining us in the box in a few moments' time, so they'll have a fresh hit on the strategies. It'll be interesting to see if Baldwin actually had to pit early and therefore decided to push as a result, or got himself back on fuel and then decided to push as a result.
Right.
But in any case, the AMG Petronas car has come in and peels back out again in 6th place, 20 seconds back from the Williams Esports AMG entry that they've been battling all the race long. Alpine continue their march ahead of that towards the front of the field in the 36 car. Still all to play for, really. Rosenqvist has got it quite well in hand with decent-ish pace at the front of the field in the number 2. 25.4 last time around, was a bit out of sync with what everybody else has been doing. A mid-24, by the way, is a lap time now in an LMP car in these particular track conditions. And that's sort of approaching one of the faster times we've seen on track, isn't it, throughout the race. The post-happy hour, there's a lot of rubber. You can visibly see the graphic delivering the rubber out on track. You can see the track is developed, and the drivers starting to use that to good effect.
This is your battle for 5th in GTE. Project One chasing down Sim Maranello. Krippner chasing down Malguera. Let's see if now Team Redline have come in, which will be good news to the likes of James Baldwin for AMG Team Petronas. So they came in a lap earlier than race leaders, and that won't be something I think would be too worrying for them. But here is the top battle for the top 5. This is the 11 Project One by Lidera Esports car. Best result of 9th for them this season. Just goes to show how well they are going. Looking at the back of Sim Maranello, who took a podium at Sebring last round. For those of you who maybe haven't been with us, this is the 5th of 5 rounds throughout the championship. Of course, it's substantially longer than the others in it being a 24-hour race. The next longest after this was our season opener, the 8 hours of Bahrain, and we can see just looking back there at the Project One by Lidera car, which we jump on board with now. They are within a lap or so of making a move here, possibly on Sim Maranello.
Yep, 0.6 of a second, the gap between these two. Project One car 1.6 seconds faster last time around in the hands of Krippner. Malguera behind the wheel of the Sim Maranello Ferrari, the 26 car. So it should be relatively easy work, depending on traffic, for Krippner to make his way through in the Project One Porsche. Back on board with him, just trying to stay absolutely in the tow. Oof, always makes me wince when they go over what are huge curbs in reality on the way down to Indy. I can't get used to it, I must admit. And roll the cars into
It must be hard to get used to when you imagine when you were getting ready to do this race.
There's a way to approach the curbs which you can't damage the cars on within in a meaningful way on the curbs in simulation. So there is a certain natural regard for the racing car that you have to switch off and operate to the parameters of what you're trying to achieve, and it really can stand in your way, and you don't fear. What's incredible is that the experience visually is so engaging that, in fact, if the visual experience of driving this simulation wasn't engaging, then in some way it would be easier to disregard the physical. But it is engaging. So the brain confusion comes because of the reality of the sensation through the wheel and the visible feedback. That's why you have to override it and take on those curbs flat out. But some of them, like the Dunlop chicane, those big yellow bananas are not your friend at all in any kind of racing car. The curbs down to Indy are definitely not too friendly either. But alas, track has subtle changes in the virtual world, and that's your job as a race car driver, to maximise the width of the racetrack, shortest distance at all times, and get after it.
And before we see a change here, there has been a change in the top 5 in LMP. As the pit stops happened, Dane Warren has got past James Baldwin for 5th place overall. So that's the number 23 Porsche Goanda getting by the AMG Team Petronas car. Sami Matti Trogan in the 53, now just behind the number 20 of Lauren Heinrich, and this is the Brabham car going side by side with Fordzilla. This is the battle for 9th place. Fordzilla trying to make a move here on the Brabham car. They're side by side, or defend, I might say, and the Brabham car is now P9.
Van der Heide makes his way past Dimitriov, who is behind the wheel of the Fordzilla car. A good little battle between these two. Hard to believe, though, at one stage that Fordzilla car led the race handsomely in the earlier stages, but and appeared to have the pace, to be honest, to do so legitimately as they go down the inside of the Scuderia Ferrari. But yes, that was very, very close indeed. Good heads-up driving from the GT drivers in the Porsche curves broadly.
Well, here we come through the Ford chicanes. Makes his way now down the start-finish straight and in towards the first corner we go. Well, this is of course LMP in GTE. One of the lead cars is BMW Team Redline. Leading the overall race is Team Redline as well, with Felix Rosenqvist currently in the car. They are having a very, very good day, on for 2 podiums and a potential overall victory as well. And Atsej Kirchhoff has very kindly taken some time out of what is a very busy schedule, team manager, to come and join us here. Atsej, this is Chris McCarthy from the commentary box. Thank you very much for taking the time out to join us. I'm sure you've got a very busy 4 hours coming up, but just tell us how you're feeling. You've got Felix leading the race. You've got Lorenzo Colombo second in GTEs. You must be very happy.
Yeah, well, the race is a little bit bittersweet, of course, but with the LMP2 car leading, with Felix right now in the car, and the BMW making up ground and just got into P2. I see. That's all we can wish for in this current situation. So very delighted. I'm lacking a lot of sleep. My eyes are getting very red. I think I've been awake for 24 hours now. But all going well so far.
At CEO, we Alex Brundle in the Le Mans Virtual Series combox, we didn't notice the eyes. Don't worry, you're coming through great. You got Felix leading the race for you in the number 2. Lorenzo Colombo in your BMW pushing for the 888. 888 looks super fast today. A big chat. I remember talking to you at the end of last year's race with multiple victories. Is that going to be possible for you this weekend? What do you have to do to beat the 888 now in GTE?
Well, to be honest, I don't think that car is within reach of us. The car out of top speed, and we just cannot match their pace. We tried everything, and we made up a lot of ground compared to the other BMW. That's what we are quite happy with. But we never saw the RAG car as a realistic target, because they are just out of our reach at this point.
But I'd say, I mean, you may not be able to, you're saying there, you might not be able to take the win in the Le Mans 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, but of course leading the standings handsomely coming into this, and this should be enough, of course, to secure you the title. So that's got to be something that you'd be very proud of, to have a second and a title win.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we were leading with the number 1 car, with the LMP. Unfortunately, that didn't end well, as you noticed. And now, all we can work for in the total standings is with the BMW to get the overall win. And even if the Le Mans win isn't possible, then that's the main target, of course, in terms of winning this competition. That's the most important part, and to represent BMW with our star drivers. Incredibly proud of how much backbone they showed today. Like they were completely lost in the beginning, and in terms of I think we were P9 at some point. We had the disconnection, and luckily we got the laps back for them. But yeah, now they are back in the race, and yeah, just hopes up everything stays intact and stay out of trouble, stay in the server, and claim that that overall championship.
Yeah, fantastic collaboration over the longer term with BMW. Regarding the #1 car, what's the plan for that team now? Presumably all of your resource now moves over in support of the #2, and does that give you some extra resource to be able to support the #2 in your battle with Alpine and Coanda at the front?
Yeah, well, we have prepared everything, and every car has their own engineer and their own dedicated crew. Of course, everyone is supporting each other right now to make sure that we get the best result possible. And yeah, now that Team 1 is out, then the focus is fully focused on the BMW and the LMP2 #2 car.
Well, Atse, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us here on the live stream, and we wish you all the very best of luck for the next 4 hours. But thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you. Cheers.
Atse Kirchhoff there, team boss from Team Redline. He says goodbye to us, and so does Alex Brundle as well, who's put in a heck of a shift as well, and we thank him for taking the time to come and join us in the commentary box as well. He's been traveling around to the different teams yesterday, and I'm sure we'll be doing a little bit more of the same today, but has agreed to take some time to join us as well, as we will get ready to welcome some returning faces back. Here we can see Brabham getting down the inside there of Team Fordzilla. These two still continuing to fight away with each other. A little bit further down the field, we were talking there about Team Redline. R8G have come into the pit lane. Arthur Rougier in the #8. They are going to be in P12 currently. We're looking at Brabham Esports, who have been in 8th for a number of hours now. Fordzilla, as Alex said before he left us, Team Fordzilla were once leading this and are now sitting in 9th place as we make our way up towards the Porsche curves. Well, we're going to take a look back at some highlights, but before we do so, we're going to take a chance to thank our sponsors.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but driver do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
The third running of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual has less than 4 hours to go. Around 20 hours ago, we got underway, and it was the #1 Team Redline car with Max Verstappen, two-time Formula One world champion, that fired his way into the lead. He took no less than 1 corner to get his team into the lead of the race. Sadly, at that same corner, we saw the number 86 car and the Arnage car coming in to trouble. The two Proton cars had a fantastic start to the race, the 77 and the 88 exchanging places there as the 86 was in the wars once again. Fresh out of the pits on new tyres, they found themselves in the barriers. And then sadly for the 39 car, we had a steering wheel failure for Graf, which saw them going firing into the barriers down the Mulsanne straight. After a red flag and a restart, we tried to go 5 wide into the Porsche Curvesa, and that did not work as we saw the 2 Floyd Van Wall cars going into the barriers, and some great defensive driving there from Veloce, some good avoidance from them to be able to avoid a big incident there. Another restart then, and we saw some fantastic racing with it. R8G and Team Redline going side by side here in towards Mulsanne corner. As we went into the night, we would see a huge amount of overtaking, a lot of it for the lead, as demonstrated here by the number 1 Team Redline car, who went round the outside there of the number 20 car. It was a brilliant battle between these guys. You could see Ford Zilla were involved in that as well. They now run down in P9. The number 8 misjudged the pit entrance, and Brabham said thank you very much, and through they went into was P7 at that stage of the race. This is the number 2 Team Redline car closing in on the Alpine car. They helped themselves to a tow to then get round the outside into the chicane on the Mercedes AMG car and pick up a place. Proton misjudged Arnage and sadly went into the barriers and were straight into the path of one of the LMP cars as well. Night fell at Le Mans, sadly with it, so did a couple of teams. Here we could see though what didn't go was some fantastic racing, as we saw the Porsche Coanda and the Redline, 2 teams who have been neck and neck all the way throughout. A bit of an ambitious move from the number 71, trying to go round the outside. Kevin Siggy in towards the chicane there. Rudy Van Buren, that was round the outside into the chicane. Tried to make a move, didn't quite work, and that was a much more demonstrated move coming in towards Indianapolis. More pit stops underway from Porsche Coanda, a race to get out of the pit lane there. And Porsche Coanda and Redline had done some fantastic racing on the track and in the pit lane as well. Here we can see the 888 R8G overnight. They have helped themselves into a very handsome lead. They are now just under 2 minutes clear. Sadly, we would see some problems there for D-Station Racing. A real shame for them, given they were running in the top 5 a little bit earlier in the race. They now sit down in 13th place in class, but still circulating, which is the main thing. The checkered flag still in sight. As sunrise came up with it, so did some of the drivers. Lots of driver changes going on. Mahler here had a bit of a scare when you could see Brabham fired one down the inside through the Porsche curves. A little bit of a touch between the 2 teams, and Mahler straight into the barrier, which approaches you very, very quickly into there. The 444 here were passed round the outside by Arnage Competition. A brilliant move by Arnage there, very opportunistic, and that gained them a place a little bit further down the standings. However, up front, this is Felix Rosenqvist. He currently leads the way. He has a lead of just over 30 seconds. He is being caught slightly by Alpine Esports, who are in 2nd place. There we can see leading the way in GTE is R8G. We just heard from Atsay Kirchhoff. 2nd in that class is their team boss, BMW Team Redline. They are trying to go in chase. This is Project 1 by Dur. They've been fighting away in recent laps here with Sim Maranello, and that was a really good move around the outside at Indianapolis, and finally they executed that into Arnage. A lot more fantastic racing to come up as we have 3 hours and 49 minutes remaining. There's been a lot to take in there, hasn't there? So let's remind you of where we are in the standings. Team Redline lead by 30 seconds. That gap is coming down, as is the one behind it. Alpine and Porsche Coanda split by just 11. Sami Matti Trogan in 4th, 1.6 back from the number 20 Porsche Coanda. And there we can see, sadly, down the field, some of the teams that had to pull out, the likes of Team Redline, Pescarolo, Rocket Sim Sport, and the Le Mans Virtual Cup car as well. Then RG leading the way in GTE ahead of BMW, Team Redline, and BS Competition running extremely well so far after their recent podium in the championship. Oracle Red Bull Racing trying to chase them down, though. Likewise, Project One, Sim Maranello just 4 seconds back from them. And we return to racing, and with it a replay. This is Sim Maranello versus Project One, and oh dear, well, that is not how you go side by side through that chicane, and Sim Maranello are going to spin themselves back the right way round and get going again. And with that, we welcome back Lewis McGlade himself into the commentary box. Lewis, great to have you back, and with him Ben Constant, Juris as well, and they will be here to call you through the next couple of hours of action.
Certainly will. We'll get McCarthy off to go and get some breakfast. They'll be back on in a couple of hours' time to bring you to the checkered flag, of course, with Martin Haven. Alex Brundle will be around as well. We'll all rejoin. We'll have a little 4 commentator session here in the booth to take you to the checker flag in the final half an hour. But yeah, what a crazy stint over the night. A few drivers into the pit lane. BMW Team BS Competition as well as Sim Maranello obviously after that spin. Simpson with Gustus Grimberg is also into the pit lane. A switch for BS Competition driver-wise because Bruno Spengler's got out of the car and Phil Denez has jumped in. I'm really surprised by the speed that the kind of cars behind Alpine that they were closing in before Sasha Lehmann, who just come into the pit lane. The speed they were closing in on Rosenqvist. Rosenqvist seemed like he was really struggling on speed. It's now a 43.3 second gap. Sami Matti Trogan also hovering around 2 seconds off the rear end of Lauren Heinrich for second and third. But of course, they will begin their pit stop signals. I'm not 100% sure how far out of phase Alpine are versus the likes of Team Redline, Porsche Carrera and the AMG Team Williams at the front of the LMP field.
We'll find out soon enough.
We certainly will.
Oh, it's quite a bit of news to digest after the night stint for me.
Oh yeah, You've had a nice little 6 hour nap.
Perfect.
As long as you got to sleep, all right. I got back and I put on Match of the Day and then couldn't go to sleep.
Why would you do that?
Well, you know. Well, normally what happens is after this we'll go all the way back to the hotel and then we'll put on the broadcast. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What is going on? And I'm like, right, okay, it's fine. Can't sleep. And also, I said on the way out is that normally leaving here is that I walk past people and then I ask questions and then I'm like, oh right, I'm here for an hour and a half because I'm just like talking to people and I'm like, I should probably go. But you just can't help it. It's a 24-hour race. We're all a part of it. We're all wrestling our way through. Quite a lot of damage on the front end of that Brabham. There's a few cars with the old bump and scrape.
And if you see it, then it means there's actually quite a lot they will feel.
Yeah. This is the thing, is that with where it is, it seems like it's more aero damage, which would be you'll go slightly slower on a straight, which thankfully Le Mans not got many of them. Haha. There's an unfunny joke for you. Tick that one off the commentary bingo. It's obviously, yes, a little bit of aero damage will slow you down just a touch. That's fine. The thing is, it doesn't look like there's any suspension damage. It's driving straight, which for me, I've always said when it comes to driving, that is the more important bit. If it is driving straight, that's fine. I can handle that. The moment that it starts crashing, particularly if there's suspension damage on the rear,
yeah,
we got problems. Because then it's almost beyond undrivable. And trust me, I've been my fair few cars in sim racing. I know what an undrivable car looks like. There is third place in this race, Sami Matti Trogan. No entry into the pit lane this time by anyone up the order. See Dave Moran also comes in behind. I think that Alpine was slightly, I think it was something like 4 laps. I probably should try and contact. If you are listening, Jürgen van Bergen, team manager, team principal rather of the Alpine esports effort here in the Le Mans Virtual Series, how far off are you versus the Red Line Porsche Carrera AMG Team Williams esports? And we'll have to have a look.
Amazing to see Williams back up there in the podium positions. The AMG team, Williams machine that had so many maladies in the early stages, but the second half of this race for them has been pretty solid. And they now sit with Sami-Aksi Trojan just 1.7 seconds off Lauren Heinrich. Number 20 with penalties and disconnects, and I think actually if you go through the list of cars, there's very few that have had no issues.
Yeah, but that is such a Le Mans thing.
Yes, it is.
It's such an endurance racing thing, is that if you can get through an endurance race with no issues, you will probably win, because it's no one gets through it perfectly. No one's going to get through it with just perfect luck, matching the conditions brilliantly, not having a... When we're talking about mistake-free, we're not talking about like the odd lock-up into going down to the Mulsanne corner. Those are fine. We're talking about actual problems where you've had to come into the pit lane for extra damage repair, or been involved in this, or had a penalty, or...
You know as well as I do that is not the same as other 24-hour sim races. The only way to win other 24-hour sim races is to be perfect. And, you know, as soon as you have an issue and an error, that is game over. And I think the way that we've seen Verstappen exit the game and throw the towel in as a real, well, it really penalises and hurts the team in terms of its championship aspirations. They were leading the championship coming in here. They will not get any points from this. Okay, Floyd Vanwall is, and I don't know if we've done the kind of the championship thing.
We'll have a look now, why not?
18 points is the difference between Redline and Floyd Vanwall at the top of the championship standings. Floyd Vanwall, the number 4 car, is 7th in the standings right now.
Which is, what is it normally for 7th? Is it 6 points? So it would be 12 points they'd be scoring right now, because it's double points.
Okay, so they can't win the championship from that position, but they are still in the race, and they are still, I believe, on the same lap as Felix Rosenqvist, who is our leader, and therefore many things can happen. The Coanda number 20 is the next one down, and that is only...
They're in second. They will, at this point, that Porsche Coanda car will win a championship.
Because they are 56 points, so 4 less than Floyd Vanwall, but being second, they get so many more points. And so
second is 36 points, so there's plenty of time. We'll kind of wonder as to whether the number 4 can drag its way back in, but because there's not that much between them, this is really in Porsche Coanda's hand.
I just find it amazing. I just find it amazing that you just simply bin off the opportunity for a couple of points to still win the championship, to still take away such a huge prize point. You know, okay, you're not going to win Le Mans, but you could still win the championship. And ultimately, that decision by the number 1 to pull out of the race, but a decision by Max Verstappen to pull out of the race, is, well, thrown away the championship for them. It's Max Verstappen doing Max Verstappen things, but hugely disappointing for the rest of the team, no doubt. We heard from Matsi Kirchhoff. You could see the disappointment on his face. We've got more interviews lined up for you, and we get a chance to really feel the atmosphere around the world from some of our drivers. Here at Brabham Esports, we spoke to David Brabham in our studios yesterday evening. It was great to have the team principal, not quite the team principal, I suppose. Owner, that's a better way of putting it. With him, the driver, or one of the drivers in that car, is Will Dendy, and he joins us now. Good morning, Will. How are we feeling this morning?
Morning, gents. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Rather sweaty, I'll be honest with you, but shower time after the interview.
You look quite fresh, considering. Maybe it's just light.
Yeah, I think it's just the light. Yeah, anything other than this, it's carefully constructed.
I mean, as Brabham Esports, you guys are a minion in comparison to some of these big teams that you're racing around. You must be pretty proud of the situation you find yourselves in, racing with the big boys and keeping up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely delighted. I can't really claim any of the credit is mine, but you know, Anna, Jan, and Gordy are just absolutely incredible, and I'm just trying to keep it steady. I think steady is the word, and it'd be brilliant to bring it home in 8th place.
Put into perspective just how much work you guys do and how you prepare for the Le Mans Virtual to get the car to a situation where it can be competitive like this.
Oh, I mean, we've been working like every evening. The guys have been on in the daytime. When you compare it to real life, you know, we might do one test day before a race, and then it's the race weekend. Whereas we must have clocked up, I don't know, well over 100 hours, constantly trying new setup things. It's trial and error more than an educated science sometimes. And yeah, after Sebring, it's going a lot better for us, thankfully, and I think the hard work's paying off, really.
For you, as a real world pro, there must be an extra level of learning and an extra level of guidance from your sim racers to try and get you as close to them as possible.
Oh yeah, big time. You know, it's so different to real life, I think, in the way that you can use the front tires so much. Whereas in a GT car, you know, you've got to be quite smooth and not get the slip angle too high. So I've really been learning a massive amount. And even like, you know, as I'm driving in the sessions, I'm still learning. So the guys, you know, particularly Jan, has just been like incredible at bringing me up to a somewhat sensible speed, really. So yeah, massive thanks to them. And thanks to David Brabham for not sacking me after Sebring. Ended up having an impromptu curry with him randomly and some other motorsport legends, and I thought, here we go, gonna get the sack, but I'm here, so fortunate for me.
Do you feel any extra pressure that's come on from, obviously, you know the Brabham Esports and Rocky Sims will work in partnership with each other, because they've not had a particularly good race. Do you feel extra weight to kind of represent at least the squad and almost have a good result for them, in a sense?
So I don't think so, really. Like, you know, throughout my racing career, I've really learned to take each corner and each apex and each braking zone as its own thing, and not worry about results and not worry about trying to push more than you actually can. Just do the very best you can at each individual corner, at each individual moment. So it's something that I don't really think of when I'm going round, actually, which is quite nice, because otherwise I'd probably feel the pressure. You know, a name like Brabham and then Rocket as well, you know, they're huge names, and to think we're up in P8, it's yeah, it's quite a lot of pressure. So now you've said that, Ben, I'm a bit worried about the next stint.
But it must be a bit disconnect for you to you're talking about kind of slip angles and things like that, to be able to get your car to a pace that matches or gets close to the guys who are the fastest on circuit. You're having to do things in the sim that completely go against what the learnings of the real world have been. That must be very, very tricky, and probably more tricky for the likes of yourself who've got that real world experience than perhaps the guys who don't.
Yeah, I really think so. It's like learning, you know, I've been racing since 2004. I think I remember you, Ben, actually, back then.
Uh-oh.
And
not very good.
You learn to be smooth, and you learn not to, you know, use the tires really aggressively. And then coming to this, it's even with an aero car like a GT3. I know it's not a massive amount of aero, but you're still got to be quite considerate of the front tires and not heating them up too much. So yeah, you're really definitely right. It's been really difficult for me to adjust, and I'm getting there slowly. But I think it's you know, a real muscle memory thing, which is why it's just so amazing that, you know, Max is so good on the sim as well as in real life. So yeah, I don't know how he does it.
Shame about his temper. Will, how's 2023 looking for you? Are you getting your plans sorted?
Yeah, getting it sorted. Got quite a lot of options. I had a really successful year last year, so thanks to, you know, Simply Race, who have put me in the car today, this weekend, and Silverstone Composites, who sponsor me, Go for the Gap as well, and Dan Hyde from Caden Computers. You know, they've looked after me and they've enabled me to race in a McLaren this year in GT4 and GT3, and hopefully next year a good campaign in GT3. Sorry, this year now. Yeah, 2023.
Yeah, it blurs into one in the world of Le Mans. I suppose this, in the real world, would be the ultimate dream for you, to race at Le Mans for real.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I've always said I wanted to do Le Mans. I never expected it to be a sim race. and I started sim racing in 2004, actually. So it's just so cool to see, like, you know, the level of drivers and the interest that it's getting, because people laughed at me in 2007 when I said, guys, you need to be on simulators, you know, and now look where we are. It's just awesome, and you know, the broadcast is awesome, and it's just, yeah, it's difficult to take my eyes off the stream.
I feel you. I know exactly the same feeling as being one of those early adopters and having people say, "What are you doing in your bedroom?" Will, thank you. No, Lewis. Thank you very much for joining us, Will. It's. I hope you get a little bit of rest and fingers crossed for Brabham for the remainder of the race.
Thanks a lot, Ben, and cheers, Lewis. Take care.
All right, good luck.
Great chat to...
Didn't mean to throw the pressure on him, by the way, by saying, no, so you feel the pressure of the other team now, you've got all that weight, and he says, like, oh, yeah, sorry, you hadn't thought about it until that point.
It is true, though, isn't it? Because as we've said many times, the pro drivers tend to be the weakest link in this race, and they're having to deal with that completely different pressure to when they are the ones in control in the real world.
What I've always said when it comes to, you know, obviously in a team, if you're a four-driver team, there is always a weakest driver. They might not be the weakest by much, whether it's 2 tenths or a second or whatever. And I've always said the weakest driver is generally, for various reasons, is actually the most important. You are only as fast as your weakest, you know, as your weakest driver, as your slowest driver. And when we were speaking of Le Mans Virtual the first time we did it, it was all about how much have you got a faster pro driver? Who's got the fastest pros? And those are the ones that are going to be at the front. And it did end up being the case. Yeah, with the Williams eSports car. Obviously, they had Marcello and Delatraz. They were plenty fast enough in the sims, and that was what kind of pushed them to the point where they could actually go after something. But my point is the pressure on your shoulders when you are, in air quotes, the weaker link in the car. You're effectively the one that decides whether this car's going to win or not. Well, it depends on how much pace you can get and you can find, and how much consistency you can find, and whether you can get through the race without dropping it, which I don't think too many people have done. You can see the front end of this car. It's not ideal.
Danny Ucadella now aboard the 63, getting his first couple of turns in, having been given the car by James Baldwin, who's done his chunk this morning from Brackley down at the Mercedes AMG F1 base. We've seen Alex Brundle down there yesterday. I think he's been heading back there again this morning to catch up with the guys and see how their night has been. Okay, in a different kind of atmosphere. Danny Ucadella has the most amazing rig back at home in Dublin, where he now lives. Yes, he is Spanish, but he lives in Dublin.
Does he live in Dublin? I swear this is not the first time I've heard this, and yet still I'm shocked by it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he's got an incredible...
Dublin?
Women.
Yeah. The old classic.
Yeah, same as me. Not in Dublin, though.
No.
And the thing for him is, I'm going to speculate and say that his rig is like 20 grand's worth of kit at home.
Yeah.
So high end, absolutely his home, his place he spends all of his time practicing. And then going to Brackley, there's no doubt that the sim rigs that are provided by Mercedes are also going to be as high end, but they're not going to be the same. And there isn't the same environment for him. And yes, okay, he is Danny Ucadella. He is a multiple champion in all kinds of different cars and races, although much of it around the Mercedes team. Used to be a former Force India test driver back in the day. But it's not quite the same. And it's one of the big adjustments that these guys who are working in the factories have to make versus being at home and just chatting on Discord. It creates a very different environment for them.
Well, this is the whole thing of like the idea of one day doing something like this, whether it's Le Mans Virtual or whatever. We've got a few pit stops. Felix Reyes, we saw the number 2 cars in the pit lane. Lauren Heinrich, Dane Warren also in the pit lane. Of course, Alpine Esports will gain a little bit from this because they won't be in for about half a stint. They're roughly sort of 5 laps out. Stint-wise, they'll be taking fuel and tyres, and that's why there's been a switch, because Rosenqvist has jumped out and Lullum's jumped into that Team Redline car. As you can see, the 23 stationary there. I think it might be a fuel and tyre switch for quite a few, and a driver swap as well. Again, it was off kilter with how Alpine were running things over the night. But there was talk of, not from people running it, but more so like from the drivers, in an ideal sense of like, what if one day we could do this as a LAN event? And what I mean by that is everyone comes in person, everyone brings their own rigs or whatever, and you have like a hall, and you have 45, 50 rigs, and everyone drives on the same. It would be more like doing an endurance race. Everyone's here in person, and there are events that have done this kind of thing before, and they are incredible. They are a lot of fun. Whether they run well or not, it's just great to be a part of an event like that. But when it comes to this, when it comes to the prize money and the prestige of this race, the 24 Hour of Le Mans Virtual, which is arguably the most prestigious race in all of sim racing, the biggest race, you know, however you want to put it. It's absolutely massive. If you go and speak to a driver and go, would you, if you had the choice to race at home or come in person and race, even if it was on an amazing rig with like the brand new Thrustmaster T818 and you know triple screens and everything, all this beautiful stuff, I guarantee, even if they were racing on a cheaper wheel at home, they would still say, I would rather race at home because I know what I'm racing on and I know what to do with this that's in front of me, even if it's an inferior setup. It doesn't matter. And obviously for Yuka, where he's got used to a superior setup at home and then comes over to race on what is an incredible setup anyway, it's still not the same. And getting that most out of it is very difficult.
I do like the idea, though, that of forcing 180 drivers to come to the same venue on 45 rigs.
Although I will tell you, the smell of socks is extreme.
Oh my God! You'd have to be in a big hall, big high roofs, lots of air conditioning. None of this stuff them in a small room together. Put us in a very different environment. Get us away from all that. But I think it would just be, that would be incredible. If there's Le Mans Virtual is already the biggest sim racing event in the world. The only way it can get any bigger than what it already is would be that.
Yeah, something like that.
But you'd have to force every single person to be there.
You couldn't give it as an option.
No.
Yeah, it has to be. You all have to be here. Bring your own rigs and whatever. You know, we'll give you. I've always said that the way you do it is you effectively, it's so easy because obviously I have no idea how to set it all up and obviously the infrastructure and everything. It's the whole, well, yeah, obviously you just do it like this. You give everyone like a 3 metre by 3 metre bit in a square. You give them an internet cable and power and then it's like, off you go. Off you go. Yeah, bring your own rig. You have to sort all that stuff out so it's not dealt with. I mean, these are the kind of things though where to be able to have them all in person, because for one, I will tell you, all the sim races are much nicer when they're in person.
Yeah.
Because they're not hidden behind their keyboards.
No bitching and moaning from them then.
It does change things. Everyone's a lot more relaxed, even if it is a massive race, and everyone's a lot more light-hearted and jovial. And you actually, like, from our perspective, you know, we actually get to go, oh, right, we're off the broadcast, and we get to just go and speak to the drivers straight away, because they're just there. It's not like you have to go and chase them down, you know, and run down to the pit lane or anything like that. So, no, they're all pretty close in the same kind of area, and it's an amazing thing to get them super fresh out of the car. I'm not saying that is a thing that is feasible next year or in even in the next few years, because it's such a headache to be able to put all that together, to get all those people in the same place. It's hard enough getting all of us production-wise in the same place. So I'm pretty sure Ben Turner and Gerard Deveau are like, please stop saying this in the broadcast. But
yeah,
still,
exactly.
we're gonna keep saying it.
I'm surprised nobody's put their face through the studio and gone, shut up.
Shut up. Stop saying things and building people's expectations.
I can't even possibly imagine how horrifically technical that situation would have to be.
Yeah, hopefully Lewis Edmondson's not listening right now. Yeah, it's
all right. What we know is, having been out in the office area, they all have the sound turned down.
That is true.
Yeah.
So we can say almost what we want. They definitely have the sound turned up in what is now referred to as the management office.
Oh, is it? I mean, has it become the management office?
Well, it's what we called it when I did my little walkthrough, because I was like, what do we call this?
No, at that point when you did the walkthrough, it was not. It was the VIP area then.
No, he said management office. He said you've got to call it the management office.
Okay.
Because we didn't really know. But yes, it was really the VIP area because we weren't allowed up there.
No, exactly. Usually our green room, although it's not green.
No.
Why is a green room called green?
I don't know. I've never understood that. If you know, let us know. Probably in the YouTube chat, because that's the one that we've been keeping an eye on a little bit more.
That's actually quite interesting as well. We're talking about how people have changed. As soon as you, as the casters or the commentators, make yourself known inside the chat, it definitely changed things last night. Suddenly, like, oh, don't go in there. No, don't go in there. You won't want to be in there. Go in there. And they were being very nice. They weren't before.
So I can't remember how. Do you remember how many baguettes it was for Le Mans? They calculated it was 7,060 Martin Havens.
Okay.
For a lap of Le Mans.
Yeah.
How many baguettes was it?
22,000.
22,000.
Yeah.
There you go. And of course, the big classic is a Jaffa Cake of Cake.
These were things we discussed in the middle of the night. We're not going to go back through it because obviously we're into the serious stuff now with 3.5 hours still to go. Luckily, none of the office was awake at that time to listen to the to the silliness that was coming out of our mouth. But there was subjects such as baguettes, Jaffa cakes, and one other.
Just everything, which I have seen. There has been the odd, to use a Haley Edmondsism, there was a meme, a few memes posted. Obviously memes, but you know.
No, you say obviously memes, but as we are the 24 Heures du Mans,
yes, it would be meme.
Then it is meme.
I don't speak French though, so.
And you have Wi-Fi and many other things. We may not be in Paris this year, but there is still always a level of Frenchness that surrounds the Le Mans 24 Hours, much like the Dakar, which is finishing today, also has even if it's an international event, still is very French.
Yeah, it's like I say, it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters where we do this broadcast, because obviously it is the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. It will still be, and to be fair, I will say rightfully so, because we're the sim racing version of the Frenchest of races.
What they need to do,
and that's perfect.
What the organisers of motorsport games need to do is to put a French security guard on the entrance to the facility and make it really hard to get in. So you get a pass and your pass doesn't scan properly.
Oh, right, yeah,
and then the guy basically turns around and says, no, you can't come in, even if you're dressed in your 24-hour gear. And then he wants to argue with you for about 15 minutes and you need to go on air. That is much more kind of living the full Le Mans experience, the stress just to get in.
Did you get stopped coming into Studio Gabrielle on either of these?
And in Studio Gabrielle, there was people wandering around with guns everywhere because it was just simply opposite...
especially the second,
American Embassy?
Yeah, the US Embassy.
And so there is an element of that feeling as well. And yes, they have big security on the gates of their studios too.
Yeah, and walking round to the hotel there, it was like, right, how many?
Count the guns.
Count the guns, and how much do you not want to make a mistake right now? Just be a normal human being and just get home. On boards with Georgi Dimitrov for Team Ford Zilla. They've been a bit up and down this race, Ford Zilla. Of course, they did lead some laps earlier on, courtesy of Dimitrov's incredible pace earlier on. Of course, Gianmarco Fedicci and Alessandro Ottaviani have been running very well. Obviously, we know how fast Gianmarco Fedicci is. Ramon Pinheiro was struggling a little bit of speed. I think his second bout of stints was a lot stronger than the first couple. Obviously, just getting into confidence-wise. They find themselves inside the top 10, which I'm pretty sure after the season that they've had would be a very welcome result, because I'm pretty sure they've not had a top 10 this season. I've put the graphics in the wrong around, so that's always very good. They retired the first race, had an 11th, a 13th and a 16th throughout the season, so getting inside the top 10 for the series' biggest race, I'd be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Progress throughout the season being made by many teams, to be fair.
So many. I mean, I will say for me, the big heartbreak of this race, I mean, people will say the one, people will say this, people will say that. I will say, I think D-Station. Because D-Station were running so well.
Yeah.
They had a technical fault on their side. The screens went black. They had a crash. They had a fuel thing, because they had to then escape to re-pure. They had to do the entire. They had coming through the Porsche curves. They had 0.5 of a litre in the car to get back into the pit lane. They did manage to do it. Mark Veit doing an incredible job. Obviously, it dropped them way out of any good position. It's a massive shame, but it is what it is. Thomas Heng having a bit of a problem here because he's got the GR Esports Ritson all over the rear end of the race up towards the first corner, and 17th position will go the way of GR Esports. Yet another black and red car though, so you know, read into that what you will. I did hear that there was supposed to be some slightly different liveries on the GR Esports cars this time by. Of course, for GR, you'll remember them a little bit from last season to be in the GR Wolves car.
Yes.
Which they won yesterday? I don't remember. Something like that. But obviously they're not GR Wolves anymore. That was a shame, because I really liked that partnership, because they raced at the Molyneux, they raced at the football stadium. Oh, that was such a cool and crazy thing, a crazy little stunt for the Le Mans Virtual Series. But, you know, each of their own. Heading through the first chicane on the Mulsanne there, nice and tidy at the moment when it comes to race standings at the moment. I don't think so. Sasha Lehmann closed in an awful lot when it comes to the race lead. It's now done. It's at 13.9 seconds, which you might be panicking, thinking like, "Whoa, why have they not pointed it out yet?" Do remember that Team Redline, that number 2 car, did have a full change on the last pit stop, so they changed driver. Lullen got in behind the wheel, replacing Felix Rosenqvist, and then they also changed tyres. Also, Sasha Lehmann remained behind the wheel of the Alpine Esports car, meaning that they're on their second set of tyres, meaning they didn't have to stop for an additional 20 seconds in the pit lane, as a pit lane stop for a full tank is 32 seconds stationary time, and for a set of tyres it adds an extra 20 seconds on, and then for the 32-second transfer time in the pit lane, taking it all the way up to a minute and 24. Never trust a commentator's maths, but I'm pretty sure that's what was written on that piece of paper around me. Jan van der Heijden under a lot of pressure as well. Georgi Dimitrov closing in, and that is the battle for 8th place in this race. Brabham Esports dropping backwards just a touch. Jan van der Heijden's been out of sim racing for a little bit. He's done a lot of sim racing, including doing both of the iterations of the Le Mans Virtual. I can't remember who he raced for in the first year though, as to which car he was in that first year. I do have it, obviously I've got it written down in here somewhere. Jan van der Heijden, where are you, good sir? It was Team Rocket Zancho in the first year, and he was in the Rocket one last year. I remember that one. And so, yeah, he's done all 3 iterations, 2 of them for Rocket, and then this one for Brabham, obviously remaining within the Zancho outfit.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whilst we're watching the Ford Zilla down in 9th position, let's head over to Coanda and to find out a little bit more about what's going on over in Porsche. Let's, I think Alex is at Porsche headquarters or Coanda headquarters. Alex, are you hearing us?
Yeah, hey there, I'm hearing you.
So are you over at the Coanda house?
Yeah, exactly. I'm here in Gronau at the Coanda Sim Hub and watching the race go on.
What an absolutely mammoth undertaking it is from Coanda to run all the different cars in all the different categories that they are doing. Just to describe the atmosphere there with the ebbs and flows and the drama that Le Mans Virtual has thrown up for them.
Yeah, well, you can just, you know, feel the dedication of the whole team. It's so massive, like how much effort everyone is putting in, and everyone is, as I said, like fully dedicated. You know, everyone's focusing on full performance. It's quite impressive to see.
But how do you deal with these situations where you have unfortunate situations for, I think, probably all of your cars, and yet still bounce back and yet still find yourself in a competitive position for some of the vehicles there?
Well, I guess that's just, you know, probably what makes the difference, you know, not to give up and stay committed, try everything you can, so you achieve the best result possible. And I mean, I'm also used to it from the real racing, like you never quit until it's really over, because it's, you know, as soon as the start-finish flag doesn't fall, it's not over.
Now that you're in the 88 GTE car, second position for quite a lot of the early running of this race. Describe the story of the 88 cars race.
Yeah, I did the start actually, and then went surprisingly well, because it's my first sim race actually. Didn't expect it to go like this well, and yeah, we ended up in second position. And then on my second stint, to be honest, made a small mistake. Coming out of an arch, clipped the wall, and then I got hit by an LMP2 as well. Got 90 seconds of damage, and that brought us out of the pit stop rhythm as well, and we lost so much time. But we gained it actually back in the night with some fuel saving stints and like keeping it clean. So I guess we're running P7 now, GTE. So we caught up a little bit, but yeah, it's sad. Like we could have done more for sure.
I've got you as P6 at the moment. A couple of questions on that first race in sim racing. That seems crazy to me for a multitude of reasons. Speak about that for a second. Like the idea of jumping into the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, arguably the biggest race in sim racing, as your first proper sim race. That sounds like an awful lot of pressure.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm only sim racing since roughly 1 year, and pretty rarely actually, and I also downloaded rFactor like 4 weeks ago. But since then I was practicing as much as I could, obviously, and yeah, to be honest, like I won't lie, I was pretty nervous. Actually, I'm more nervous in sim racing than in real life. It's crazy.
Do you know why you'd be more nervous in sim racing than in real life? Is it out of the ordinary for you? Is some things are slightly more out of your control, or is it something else?
I can't really explain why. I'm also asking myself the same, because yeah, actually, I mean, if you make a mistake, like the consequences are not that bad as in like the real world, but still, even if I'm only like doing practice laps and I just see this delta time and I like know I'm on a good lap, I get so nervous, but I just can't explain why. It's strange.
Just going to ask one final question before we let you jump back into it. Do you think doing a sim race like this, for you with a lack of experience within sim racing in the Commander Hub, helps because you have people around to ask questions to get up to speed with, to actually have them there to converse with, it being in such a professional environment? Do you think that helps?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, without the help of the Commander guys, for sure I wouldn't. I mean, at first I wouldn't even be standing on the grid, and secondly I would be missing so much pace and just, you know, experience how to deal with all this stuff, like the pit stops, driver changes. It just saves so much time to have experienced guys around you with. They are helping me with like literally anything, so it saves pretty much time and actually, you know, like gets you up to speed much more quickly.
Well, Alex, thank you very much for spending some time talking to us, and good vibes to everyone in Grenau at the hub there, because there's still plenty of laps to go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Alex Tauscher is the one of the pro drivers, a young pro driver in the 77, the 88, sorry.
How is it like one of his first sim races? For one, he's the younger generation. Surely he's done more. Surely. I've always, every time I see like, oh, here's a pro driver that's born in 2002, you think, yeah, he's done a lot of sim racing. No, apparently not.
No.
I think he's done brilliantly.
Let's talk a little bit about Coanda as a team, not just Porsche Coanda, but Proton Coanda. Every single one of their drivers, all 16, if my maths are correct, at the hub in Grenau. It's a very interesting. They were one of the very early adopters to making sure that all the drivers were in one place, and for many of them, they live in that house.
Yeah, well, see where they are now, because obviously they have the Coanda house, which is in Grenau as well. Where they're racing from in this is their Coanda Esports hub, which is I think it's the same place they were racing in last year when they had that. I mean, their setup last year was beyond.
It's not the garden shed.
No, it's slightly more impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, having a hall and honestly, amazing. The amount of effort that they put into making sure that their drivers are there in person. Like I said, they were one of the first to do it. There are a lot of teams that have done it now. Redline obviously have theirs slightly smaller. They don't have quite as many drivers in it, but Kevin Siggy raced from there, Rudy Van Buren raced from there, I'm pretty sure. Rietveld doesn't. but I'm not 100% sure on that one. But yeah, they all kind of, probably for this event they might all do. Obviously, we've got the esports teams that we've spoken about, the Mercedes AMG esports and Williams esports that have run from there. Obviously Peugeot. I think
but they're running 1 or 2 cars, and not everybody is there. For Coanda, it does seem it's almost everybody needs to be there. I believe
so. Maybe Bryn Collins wasn't allowed because he is quite young, but not
according to my.
No, I think all 16 of them are there.
Yeah.
Because even Dane Warren's there, and he's obviously Australia, and even he's coming. But I'm pretty sure Dane Warren came over last year as well.
Is it about control? Does it help them to make sure that they are less likely, and I'd say, touch wood, to have technical issues from their side or connectivity issues?
Well, you were there in the first round.
Yeah,
when they dropped out, and the only person for the Coanda facility that was still, from the Porsche Coanda that was still in the race was Mitchell de Jong, because thankfully he'd gone home to do that. He was at home seeing family and whatnot. So for the first round, very fortuitously, he was not in, because that would have been both of their cars out of the race. That would have been both of it out. That would have been any chance of them winning this championship, which they are in position for now, in that 20 car, that would have been gone. That's the, like I say, I'd rather be lucky than good.
But spread your load. That's my philosophy.
If it were me, in sim racing, I love the idea of doing the esports event in person, having everyone there. But from a technical perspective, there are positives to having your drivers spread out across the globe. Because if you are having an internet issue, you can go, right, we need to get you into the pit lane so we can get this other guy that's not having internet issues in the car. Then also you've got the global thing when it comes to esports. Now this is one of those things. Yes, ping's a bit of a problem, but you can have Dane Warren racing from Australia, and then you go, well, you can race in Australian times. It means you're more than comfortable to concentrate fully for the graveyard shift, which is always a big fear in these races. We can see the 99 here, and we were told, you can see it is out there on circuit. On a live timing, it does say it's stopped. We weren't sure if it disconnected and then reconnected, and I don't believe it did, because I think it might have dropped down a little bit further. We are seeing them as stopped in our live timing, and I can absolutely confirm to you that this is a live picture, and I'm pretty sure the background's not moving. I'm pretty sure that is the car moving.
Yeah, it says he's stopped in the middle sector of the lap, but he is in the middle of the sector of the lap, so I guess live timing will update itself once they've finished this sector.
Which is a long sector. Oh, no, it's not. It's at the end of Mulsanne.
Yeah, a minute and a half.
Yeah, so it'll be just out of Mulsanne corner, and hopefully our panics will be over. But I think it might be a recurring problem, because we did see a little bit from them when it comes to what was happening on live timing. I think they are okay. I think they are absolutely fine. Just dropping down touch. They might have disconnected, reconnected, and then it's only starting to count them from now.
Well, there's an interesting one. Their middle sector on my live timing suggests they've done a 9 minute and 21.
So I think that's exactly what's happened. I think they've disconnected, reconnected, and it's only started counting from the second sector. Because I do say that it normally will only start counting you from the completion of your outlap.
But that would mean, therefore, that they have not. Does that mean they've not had a couple of laps counted?
Effectively, this lap's not counted.
Well, more than this lap, because 9 minutes 20 in the middle sector is 8 minutes longer than it should be.
But it's because they would have had disconnected, so they would have already gone through quite a bit of the second sector, probably, or presumably. Then they would have disconnected, and then by the time that they've been able to fire everything back up, reconnect the server, load in this track and all the cars, which is not a swift process, I'll say that. It's why I think they're given a 5-lap window to, might be a 5-minute window, but to join the server, to prepare to take over the car. You're given a window. You can't just be on the server all the time. But you're given a window where you join and prepare, and that window is quite large, because it does take a long time to load this track and all the cars. So that would have added a couple of minutes to that, and then you've got to go out and do the entire first sector, which obviously will be added to that as well. And that time is basically it's still ticking. It's still ticking whilst you're doing getting yourself ready. So yeah, it makes sense. That's a big shame for the 99. Got to be said, they were doing really, really well, but now they're behind.
And let's not forget, they are second in our championship standings in GTE. So if there was anybody to try and take the championship away from BMW Team Redline, it was them.
Absolutely.
And now with that They've tumbled 2 laps down.
This is Ford Zilla, the 966 versus, I believe, the 8, but not for position. The 8 is in 13th position, and the 966 is a bit further ahead than that. Georgi Dimitrov behind the wheel of the 966, and it's Arthur Rougier behind the wheel of that R8G machine that'll be trying to make a move down the inside. Now, I get once these two are side by side, they don't look very similar, but I did make a mistake in the middle of the night calling a Ford Zilla an R8G, because in the middle of the night,
in the dark,
yeah, it's like, well, yeah, there's a line across the side, there's slightly orange, there's a bit of blue in there as well. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That looks about right.
And in this being stuck behind the R8G machine, Dimitrov is losing time to Van der Heyde.
Yeah.
Van der Heyde
lost out a little bit. Yeah.
A second, in fact, in just in that sector. There is the Brabham just ahead, who's just got past a slower GTE car, so he may have lost a little bit of time as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Dimitrov, you're hoping that R8G is fast enough to get you back up to Van der Heyde.
Well, yeah, be towed along, actually, would be quite nice.
Yeah.
As long as you're not compromised and slowed up in some of the corners.
Yeah, so there are blue flags, and blue flags do apply in class. It says before that there have been some teams, I think Pescarolo might have had a couple of ones with it, where you can get a penalty from race control for ignoring blue flags. But in the same way as in this scenario, if Arthur Rougier takes over that position and is fast enough to not delay this car, then whilst there are blue flags out, is not impeding the 966.
Yeah.
So this is fine, because you've got to give them time to get past and get with it. You can't just go, well, you've got past, you've got 3 corners to get away or give back. It's like 3 corners? What? When there's straights all between them that just slipstream you straight back up, it's a fruitless effort.
But as Brundle will tell you, in these sections, in the Porsche curves, following a car in front like that will take away downforce from the front end, and you will struggle through with the balance of the car through the sweeping left and right corners at the end of the lap. It's okay when you're going down the Mulsanne, it's okay even when you're going into Indianapolis, but not when you're going through the last sector. So Ford Zilla removing themselves from that situation. They are off sequence in terms of their pit stops with the rest, and so they take themselves out of that particular fight, find themselves a new piece of tarmac with just over 3 hours remaining. So I still can't really work out what's going on in the in terms of the strategy, who's going to be on and who's going to be off sequence. But let's switch our attention to GTE, to the works Ferrari. The 51 machine is effectively the works car, as we have in WEC.
Yeah, yeah, it's near as much difference. Yeah, it is in this sense.
And yet, always seems to be one of the slowest.
They've had a lot of ups and downs, and I think in this race they've had more downs than ups. Well, actually, no, to be fair, they qualified really, really poorly for various
they were right
reasons. And then, and then they had a great job rising there out of the order, but I think they've had just a terrible bout of luck, of issues, etc., which is a big shame. It is sometimes how these races go. They will know that more than most. They come into this 3rd in the championship as present. I believe they, well, no, I say believe, I absolutely know. They've not won a race yet. They did have a podium in the first round. They finished 2nd in the first round. They did finish 4th in Le Mans last season and 7th in Le Mans in the first season, but the chance of making it 3 consecutive top 10s seems a bit out there. I don't think it's possible.
David Perel is driving the 51 on circuit right now, one of the pro drivers, real-world drivers in that car. The other is Ollie Beerman, and he joins us now from London. Ollie, how's it going?
Hey, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, you're looking pretty fresh considering you're in the middle of a 24-hour race.
Yeah, well, my duty's done for the race now, but it was an early start this morning. But yeah, I actually managed to get up quite fast, and it wasn't too difficult.
So many of the teams we've been talking about, the works teams, all in one place and enjoying these races in one single location. As the Ferrari works team, you've got that emblem on your shirt. You guys are all in different places. How does that change the dynamic within the team?
Yeah, of course it makes things difficult, especially with practicing. You know, you can't just look across and see what the other guys are doing. But yeah, I think we made it work pretty well. it didn't really affect us in terms of preparation. But yeah, it wasn't a huge issue, let's say.
This is your first experience of the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. Is this something that was on your bucket list after 2020 and our inaugural running of it? You look at it and go, wow, that was pretty cool when Giovinazzi and Leclerc were representing Ferrari?
Yeah, I mean, you know, back then I was watching it because, you know, there wasn't much else to do. Yeah, and, you know, at that time I wasn't really, you know, I wouldn't have been classed as a pro driver. I think I was still in karting at that stage. So, you know, the time's gone by pretty quickly since then. And it's quite cool to finally be able to do the race, especially for the Works team. It's been a bit of a disappointing race for us so far, but it's still cool to you know, tick it off.
Talking about the Works team, what kind of support do you get from the factory? Obviously, the team itself was located in the museum in Maranello in the first edition. You guys obviously at home for this edition. What do they give you? What does it mean to be a Ferrari Works driver in this Le Mans Virtual?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, representing the Ferrari brand is a huge honor, as it always is. And yeah, of course, we have all the resources to prepare as well as we can. All of the staff that have helped us have been, you know, really, really good. So yeah, they've been paramount.
Must be frustrating though, being in a Works Ferrari team and seeing other Ferraris having much better races, especially that R8G car. Is there anything that you can do as the Works team to try and poach some information from R8G and say, hey, you're doing a good job of representing Ferrari, but we want a bit of that?
Yeah, it's been obviously tough to see that there's a lot of other quick Ferraris. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't think they're, you know, that they have to give us anything. You know, it's pretty much every man for themselves. But yeah, it's been tough to see that, but we've done our best, and that's the priority.
I think the big question that quite a lot of people want to know, that they'll be watching this, obviously preparations for this year, moving from Formula 3 up to Formula 2. How's that all going?
Yeah, it's going well. I'm heading out to Italy tonight, actually. I had to reschedule my flight for this race. But yeah, it's going really well. Really excited to get going. It's going to be a challenge, but I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to it.
Now, through the you know, the grid, obviously you had in F3, obviously Martins, you've got Johnny Edgar. They're all like, some of these people are in this race. I know you get along with Johnny quite well. I've seen you all chatting on Discord. Is it nice to sort of be in the race, regardless of the ups and downs, to be in the race with friends, like seeing them out on circuit, having a little bit of chats afterwards? Is that kind of something that you get in this form of the virtual racing?
Yeah, it was quite cool to see the others on track, especially Johnny. We kind of were at the same rate because neither of us had actually used R Factor before or used it seriously. So we were both kind of starting from nothing. So yeah, we kind of documented our progress together. Although we were in different classes, it was still kind of the same learning curve. And it's cool because yeah, we were at the same level to start with. I think they've had a difficult race as well. So yeah, we're in the same in that regard. But yeah, it's cool to see the kind of virtual world, the real drivers in the virtual world. It's nice to see.
So should we be expecting to see you back in the season 3 of the Le Mans Virtual Series? We're going to see you doing this full time? No? Maybe? I don't know. Give us a hope.
I mean, if I'm not busy, it's been quite a messy race for us. So I think if we can sort out some of those issues, it would be a much better result. You know, a lot of the things that happened weren't really through any fault of our own. So it's been quite unfortunate. I would like to come back for sure. But yeah, we need to see how everything goes. Obviously, this race would be difficult. It would not be nice for my last virtual race to end like this. So yeah, another shot next year, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully I get the call up.
Cheers, Ollie. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Ollie Behrman for the 51 machine. Have a great test.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, focusing on the Le Mans virtual 24 hours, but also at the back of your mind, testing a Formula 2 car. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's like I say, he's got a busy year lined up for him. Also, Nice guy. I said before about like him chatting with Johnny Edgar. It's because I see them all the time on the Feeder Series Discord. Normally, memeing around. They get along quite well. So I thought.
You mean
memming around, sorry, yes, French broadcast here. Saw the 101 there having a bit of problems coming down to Indianapolis when we came back to the full coverage there on screen. So clearly the 101's having just a touch. It's Cascatau behind the wheel, the Romanian driver, one of the pro drivers behind the wheel of the GRE sports car. Going to allow Georgi Dimitrov to come through, but yeah, it's not been... Not ideal for the GRE Sports camp generally through this race, although I think not ideal, unfortunately, can be applied for one reason or another to quite a few teams in this race.
We're cycling through another load of pit stops for most of our LMP categories. So the leader, number 1, and second place, number 20, have come in. Archon Gubin is now aboard the number 20 car. We saw him with his elbows out last time he was, well, last time I saw him in the car, and getting himself a penalty for aggressive driving. And they are now classified as second place because they are on a different strategy to the 36 Alpine Esports, which has now got Boulet driving. And Guvin has jumped Boulet in that round of pit stops, but it keeps changing as we go through who is using what tyre. Before we go into the highlights of the race so far, we thank our sponsors.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop, refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
And 3 hours remaining of the Le Mans 24 Hours, the third running of the Virtual Championship. We got on with Max Verstappen leading the way in the LMP category. An aggressive start by the Team Redline number 1 driver and instantly taking the lead. We've seen lots and lots of chaos, plenty of technical issues, both from the service side, but also from drivers, disconnections of steering wheels and simply over-exuberance when coming out onto circuit. This took both of the Floyd cars out after a restart, and lucky for Jas Heat to get through such massive chaos. That was early in the race, that was before we went into the dark, but attacking every single part of the circuit, absolutely key. The number 8 sheet making a little error going into pit lane as night fell. We heard Alex Tauscher explaining how he ran a little bit wide out of Arnage, caught the barrier, and then got caught by the LMP car behind. Oracle Team Red Bull being dive bombed by Rudy Van Buren in the 71 machine. The BMW not with the pace overall, but slowly but surely has found itself back at the sharp end of the field as the sun has risen at the Circuit de la Sarre, and we're back into clean green flag running with the number 2 Team Redline machine now heading up the field. Number 1, Max Verstappen, has retired out of the race. He didn't need to retire, he chose to retire. and it has left Redline with just the single option at the head of the field. The Coanda machines have had lots and lots of fighting. That was Sim Marinello and Door Esports getting together at the second chicane. And plenty of other battling throughout the field. But the story of the race is Coanda and Team Redline. Redline have the lead by 36 seconds right now over Alpine Esports, who are on a different strategy but may well be caught by that 20 Porsche on this particular lap. Just a tenth of a second between them. Then Williams Esports 53 and the Coanda 23. The Mercedes AMG team down in 6th position in the 63, having an inconspicuous race now. And there is a few of the teams that have had issues and retirements. In GTE, we see R8G, the 888 machine, with a healthy advantage over BMW Team Redline and BMW BS Competition. But there's plenty of stories to tell there. Here is that battle then for second position. The last time I saw Chan Guven in this car, he got himself a penalty for being over-aggressive in overtaking when he was fighting with the one machine of Jeffrey Rietveld.
A Porsche Coanda and a Redline coming together? Never.
Well, it's quite nice to see a different brand there. Alpine Esports are almost a disruptor here from the status quo.
We'll take a look at the replay as to how Alpine Esports made their way through. These two will be switching a little bit.
Gone that way already?
Oh, I guess because these are fresher tyres on the Alpine. Of course they are, because they've switched over. Boulet behind the wheel. Chan Guven will be on the older tyres on the second stint. So this does make sense. Undercut is king. Sorry, we do pay attention sometimes. But yes, Alpine Esports retaking over second position with a nice and easy move. That is certainly not done. That is not a, well, they're going to be second at the end of the race then, but they are giving it a damn good go. I think it's great seeing Alpine doing really, really well. They work so hard. They've got 2 cars in this race. Both of them are inside the top 10, which is great. Of course, the 37 being the Pretender in this race is the one that's obviously just joined.
Well, it's a wild
card, yeah, but Pretender's still fine. The Alpine Esports has gone up and down. They actually looked really, really good in the first round of the season. I'm pretty sure they had the fastest lap in the first round of the season, but then finished 17th courtesy of various problems. They finished 6th and 10th at Monza and Spa, really struggled at the last round in Sebring. They're 11th in the standings, and a good result here will obviously shoot them right up into some very healthy prize money, of course. Last season they were up and down. They finished 4th at the Nürburgring. They finished 16th here with the main car. I think it was the 14. I don't remember where the other one ended up finishing in the Le Mans Virtual last year. And of course, I will check. It's the Mighty Book has been pulled out. It was their highest place was the Race Clutch Alpine that was in 15th position, sorry, in the race. So it wasn't a great one for them last year, but looking for something a bit more special this time. And seemingly, no, I'm not going to say it. No, actually, I don't believe in the commentators, guys. Seemingly going all right at the moment. It's a dangerous thing to say, isn't it? I don't believe in the commentators curse. I said this upstairs. I don't believe in the commentators curse. I only believe in bad driving.
It's nothing to do with us.
Which doesn't go to... I'm not a superstitious man, unfortunately.
Leo Boulet, who's just got himself up into second position in this 36 Alpine machine, has a bit of real-world experience as well as plenty of proper sim racing experience. Has participated across various different series in esports, including the F1 Esports Championship back in 2020, but also has experience in the Clio Cup France and karting. So he's one of those drivers that has really crossed over both disciplines of the sport, and that kind of applies to the whole of that 36 car that has its best result as 6th in the championship. But Sasha Lehrman has got real-world experience. So has Colin Spork less so, I suppose.
I think he's got karting experience as old Sporky.
But Spork and Tom Lartalou really the sim racing drivers there. But Leo Boulet, as much a sim racer as a real-world racer as well. So one of those classic proper crossover drivers that we see more and more of these days.
And obviously this is a first race. I'm pretty sure it's a first race at all in the Le Mans Virtual Series, certainly in this season for Leo Boulet, because...
No, did last year's Le Mans.
Did last year's Le Mans. The Alpine Esports car, though, has been, it's been Tom Lartier, it's been Colin Spork, it's been Rory McDuff behind the wheel for all of the rounds, with the exception of the last one where Sasha Lehmann jumped in to do Sebring.
And McDuff's moved to the 37.
McDuff, moved over to effectively almost be like the lead driver in that 37, although I was speaking to him, he said he was struggling for pace a little bit coming into this, but I think he's found his footing as the Bostonite. But to kind of like move over and be like effectively be the lead driver, you're the one with the most experience, you're the one that's done the 2 Le Mans virtuals, you're the one, you know, in that 37. That's a lot of pressure to put on your shoulders when you move over. I think they've dealt with it very, very well. And obviously in your wild card, you've got no pressure in the sense of where you are in the standings. It's just about this one race. But sometimes that less pressure, if you think about it too much, can become more pressure somehow. Oh, Chan, Juven, slippy slide. He's pushing. These tyres are definitely knackered.
Yeah, 2 seconds down on Leo Boulet already, so losing lots and lots of time. Boulet in the 24s, 24.7 that last time. Guven a 25.7, so 1 second lost in that lap. Doing a similar pace to Chris Lullum at the head of the field. 34 seconds is the gap to the number 20 machine. It seems to be nicely in control right now at the head of the field. And it was effectively... was it effectively that car that won last year? Kind of was, wasn't it?
Which one, sorry?
The number 2. Because Redline won last year.
No, it was number 1, because, so this is the whole thing. The number 1 is effectively, it was the 1, 2, 3. It kind of depends on how you want to carry the 1, because Jeffrey Rietveld was behind the wheel of the 1, 2, 3. And obviously he was behind the wheel of the 1. But then Schmiedel was behind the wheel of the 1, 2, 3 as well, and he was driving the 2. But realistically, because the 1's the champion number, the 1, 2, 3 won the championship last year. So theoretically, it's actually the 1, 2, 3. So they were would be looking for it'll be back-to-back victories for Redline. But
the only man in that lineup that won last year was Drugovich.
Yeah.
So Drugovich will become a 2-time winner.
So he'll be the only driver to have done it.
Yes. Yeah. There's another one. Right, whilst we ponder that one, let's go over to Paris, to Versailles, with our very own Hayley Edmonds, who yesterday made eating the pit stop bar look glamorous. Now she's chatting with Maxime Briand, the 4th member of that Peugeot team.
I'm up here in the chill-out zone of Peugeot Sport headquarters with Maxime Briand, Peugeot Esports sim racer, but also Formula E development simulator driver. So, first question, when was the last time you slept?
It's been 26 hours.
Okay, how are you feeling?
I'm very good, like I've drunk a lot of coffee to keep me on pace, let's say. And the fact that you are driving, you are in a race, I don't really feel a lot I'm not really tired right now, so that's fine.
So just tell us about the fact that you're a part of the team of Peugeot Esports, their first adventure into esports. Why do you think it's important for a manufacturer like Peugeot to be involved?
It's important because they have won Le Mans in real life, and I think it's good for the sport, for the sim racing to get to have more manufacturers to develop the sport, to develop the drivers, and it could create some opportunities for us.
And so tell us about how the preparation process, how that went for you. How many hours did you get in behind the wheel before actually competing it?
Well, I think I started the beginning of December, not too much per day, but 2-3 hours per day. And it's pretty good. I'm not pro on Air Factor 2, but I had the pace compared to the good guys. So yeah, the prep was pretty good. And unfortunately, my teammate Valentin got COVID on Monday, so it wasn't optimal for our lineup. But we're still on the track, and we're aiming to finish the race.
What's fantastic about your career, I guess, is the fact that you're also kind of working as a simulator development driver in Formula E. As someone passionate about motorsports, would you have ever imagined, taking these kind of avenues, these opportunities that have been opened up thanks to esports and events like 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual?
Since COVID, the sim racing world got a big up, let's say, fortunately for us. And the fact that I'm also an engineer in real life since August, like it's just a combo that, I mean, allow me to be like working with DS, with the engineers who like are winning the Formula E championship like in 2019, and yeah, that's probably why I saw Peugeot choose me, because like I'm more than sim racer. I've got the engineer part, and it's pleasure to communicate with all the engineer, all the team, and all the staff basically.
So I know that everyone, of course, talks about sim racers, you know, as always wanting to become professional real-world racers. But, you know, I think that you're a great example of someone who's used that experience and is now exploring other avenues. I mean, to people that are, you know, young kids that are watching or are actually, like, competing, what would you say to them, you know, with regards to the fact there are a whole lot of opportunities thanks to esports in the world of sim racing?
Well, I would say like this, again, the sim racing world is expanding. It should be better and better years by years. And I think you just need to, maintain the good life, because, I mean, you can't really, I mean, today you can't really live from sim racing as everyone thinks. It's pretty new yet. So it's important to have like, I mean, to find some other ways to live from it, because it's, I mean, it's competitive. You can't really live from it like for a long years. So what to do after 30, 35 years? It's complicated, you know. So I mean, it's like a sport, like a footballer. So just keep pushing, and hopefully the sim racing world will, I mean, reach a point that you can live from it, like, I mean, like a sport guy, a footballer, or even a rail driver.
So you're actually from Le Mans. Tell us, and you're here competing at 24 Hours of Le Mans. Is it a dream for you to compete at this, you know, monumental race? I mean, we've seen examples of it. We're seeing there are players right now that have done the transition, made transition from esports to real-world racing. Is it something that you would envisage yourself doing, would like to do?
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing sim racing because basically I couldn't afford karting at some point, and my parents just say like, go to school now. So I found my own way with the sim racing, and hopefully with again the sim racing world expanding, hopefully I will get some try, and probably hopefully doing the real race. I mean, it's a dream, of course, and I'm aiming for it.
Do you think that Peugeot are going to carry on investing in esports?
Maybe.
We hope so. Anyway, thank you very much, Maxime.
Thank you, dear.
Great to hear from Maxime Briand, who was very, very influential in the first Le Mans Virtual with Toyota, to guide them all into how to go racing, and now helping Peugeot as well in this, and helping their counterparts as a sim racing driver. We see more and more of that. Rudy Van Buren, for instance, as world's fastest gamer, won a year's contract as a simulator driver for McLaren. Yep. But now Sebastian Job, I think, does the same thing for Red Bull.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, great. So Sebastian Job, of course, did get pole position here last year for the Oracle Racing Esports team in their CAR, and then they had a lump with a massive penalty. I think it's a great story where you have a sim racer that's kind of made that jump, not into motorsport, but into doing what they're good at for a big team, whether it is a Formula One team or whatever. I think it's an amazing achievement. It's one of those things where it shows that sim racing's moving forward constantly, and the drivers that we have, if you're fast in sim racing, you're a fast driver, and that is why I am not a fast driver.
Porsche Motorsport have just released a video on their channels, and thank you so much to all the communication team at Porsche for what has been incredible coverage. I know there's not so much real-world racing for you guys to tweet about right now, but I don't think we've ever seen the level of coverage for the Le Mans Virtual that you guys have put in. So a massive thank you to those that control at Porsche Races for your coverage of your teams. They've just released a video where the 4 drivers from the number 23 car meets Mark Lieb and goes and discovers their 919 machine. So, and a very cool warehouse. Mark Lieb, obviously, once upon a time a Works driver, now very much behind the scenes and more involved in the engineering, as he, to be fair, as he always was. But make sure you jump onto their channels and have a watch of that, featuring Josh Rogers, Matt Backer, Mitchell Jeong, and Tommy Usgaard, who is no longer part of the Porsche team since about a week ago.
Yeah, certainly is.
The less I said that, the better. Can't really remove the video, can you? Be like, hang on a second, what?
No, I mean, this is the thing, is that I think for some of these teams, we don't know whether they've left on good terms or bad terms. That is another thing. I would... Tommy has served Coanda very well in his tenure with the squad, and I'm sure they would have wanted to let him go, but I'm sure it wouldn't be... It's not one that's going to be dealt with any bad blood. It's kind of like, look, the contract's up, you want to go somewhere else, we want to sign you. I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone. I would assume they'd want to keep him because Tommy Usgaard's a fantastic driver, but that's how it works. And like I said, I think this is amazing because, not the Tommy Usgaard thing, but just generally in sim racing, I said it earlier in the broadcast, we've never had a driver market, right, like what we're seeing now, where like what you see in the motorsport, where it's kind of like, oh, where are they going? Where are they going? We've never really had that. And since about the middle of December to now, I couldn't even give you a list. I don't think it would fit on a piece of A4, the amount of drivers that have left teams, joined teams, or at the moment are what looks to be out of contract.
But I think... I'm sure you've got an opinion on why that's the case, but because things are growing in the world of esports, there are new players coming in with more investment than the players that are, and by players I mean teams, that are already in it. So you come with a dangly carrot.
Yeah, there is, obviously a lot of esports teams. We don't know the ins and outs. It's all speculation at the moment.
But also, there's no barriers to entry. So if you're a driver like Moritz Lerner did last year, and he fell out of contract with the team he was previously with because he wanted to do his own thing.
Yep.
There's no one saying you can't do that. So it gives yourself more control. Maybe you win a bigger part of the prize fund if you do win yourself. There's no rules as to how any teams have established their contracts with their drivers. So some get paid, some don't get paid. They might only get entry prize money. Some teams get the prize money, but the drivers only get paid.
Yeah.
So each driver is going to prepare a different approach depending on what's being offered. And then that approach keeps changing with new people coming in.
Yes, this is the whole thing when it comes to like the speculation, where it's kind of like, oh, Max Beneke's left Redline, and it's like, where's he going? It's like, well, maybe he's taking a break from sim race. No, he's
all
not.
That.
I don't think Max Beneke is, but generally in the world, so it's like sometimes you need a breather. Sim racing, I cannot describe to you at home how relentless sim racing is. If you're tuning into the year thinking, oh yeah, the sim racing thing's all right, you tune into the odd Le Mans virtual race, maybe a bit of F1 esports, you think, yeah, sim racing's good. That's cool. Sim racing is non-stop. There is no off-season. We will finish Le Mans Virtual, and that's great. And then a lot of teams, a lot of drivers will go and prepare for the iRacing Daytona 24. We'll go and prepare for the league racing that they're doing. We'll go back to iRacing. We'll go back to doing this. We'll go back to doing that. They will be working. From the moment this race is done, they are already preparing for the next event. They are already preparing for the next race. And that is not healthy over a long period. And so for some drivers, I've always recommended it to a lot of drivers, is if you have the chance to take 2 or 3 solid weeks completely away from sim racing, take it. Get away. Breathe. Because it is a harsh environment that is absolutely brutal. Did see the 71 there into the pit lane for their penultimate stop? Third to last.
2 hours 30.
So they'll be pitting 1 hour 40 and then 50 minutes roughly, because I think they'll probably split it 50-50. They can do hours, but realistically you just do 50 minutes from this point.
And very much, they had one hand on the trophy coming here, but now Oracle Red Bull Racing down in 10th position in their class. I think there's 1.5 hands on that trophy for BMW Team Redline in the 71 machine. Have been my favourite driver lineup throughout the season. Here is a replay. Ferrari off in the background. Is it GR Esports having a crash again? Oh yes, it is. I feel as though the replay guys either have a vendetta against CLResports or they're the only people that keep crashing out on track. We've seen so many instances for the 101 and the 86.
I think it's John Moreau doing the replays at the moment, or at least preparing the in-game footage, and then they're all recording it on a TV track before we send it out. So maybe John Moreau's got a thing against. Because I don't think we had as many when we had Piers Pryor doing the highlights. So you know, I think that's just obviously we're being cynical here. It's just where those few issues have been. It's just it is what it is.
Right, we are an international worldwide event. We've got simulators across the world in 37 different countries. And we have even more nationalities. So we should enjoy and celebrate every single nationality that is participating. And I think one of the biggest and most spectacular facilities that we've seen so far is from the InSpeed team over in Shanghai in China. So let's cross over now to Shengfei Li, who is part of that team. Are you driving, Shengfei? Okay, you're not.
No. I'll be driving in 30 minutes, maybe.
Okay, good.
The next stint.
You looked like you were very concentrated. I was worried that we were interrupting something.
Yeah.
How's it going in Shanghai? You've got an amazing facility out there.
Yeah, it's very good, and thanks for the support from the Porsche China, and the Porsche Motorsport Asian Pacific, and it's very great, to be honest, and great facility for our performance. Yeah.
For you guys, it must be a great relief to have the ability to focus on the Le Mans 24-hour virtual with COVID still lingering in your world, although in the rest of the world, mostly we are free from it. So to be able to get together to put your heads into sim racing must be really great.
Yes, that's true. And it's very difficult for us to host such an event in our facility, and it's a great pleasure to be one of the team to participate in the event, to be honest.
Well, it's fantastic to have a team which is, I was about to say all Chinese, but I just realized you've got a Portuguese driver in your team. Tell us about your preparations and how the season has gone, because you guys have been part of our full season entry, and I have to say it feels as though this has been a lot better in terms of performance than you've seen across the rest of the championship.
Yes. For us, the championship is a learning process, and for the first round at Bahrain, we actually don't know how to set up the car and how to drive the car. And I spent 1 month, but the performance is very bad. So after that, I tried plenty of ways to improve our performance and to improve the speed. And through the season, we are getting stronger and stronger, and into the season finale, we are much better than before. That's it.
Now, you've got huge amounts of real experience in the sim racing world. How have you been able to educate the drivers that have got less experience in driving on simulator platforms?
Basically, it's doing some demonstration labs and looking at the data to find the problem and to solve the problem. That's it.
And has this competition therefore compared to, you've done quite a lot of racing across different platforms. How do you rate the Le Mans 24-hour virtual?
Le Mans 24 virtual is the competitor is much more stronger than the normal league racing. So I value it very high in the competition and the organization. Yes.
Well, it's great to have you guys with us. Thank you so much for all of your efforts over there in China, and we wish you the best for the rest of the race.
And thanks a lot.
As you may have noticed, whilst talking to us, I'm pretty sure he was still doing laps.
Oh, I think he was. I think he was absolutely. Then again, I do remember, again, in Jimmy's League, virtual jury, but I remember having an interview with Mike Epps, who was racing in that, who it was 3 o'clock in the morning, might have been 4 o'clock in the morning, and he told me before the race, he was like, I want you to interview me when I'm doing laps. And he didn't mean practice laps, he meant laps in the race.
Oh,
so
wow.
at 4 o'clock in the morning, he left the pit lane, and we were like, right, dial him up. Okay. And so casual. He's going to the Porsche curves, he's like, oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, so it's a really good time to be. I was like, all right then, fair enough. That really is shown off. Obviously, Xiaofei Li, he's a bit busy, really, because he's not just a driver and practicing there. He is the vice team principal of the InSpeed squad, which means when he's out of the car, he's got a lot to do. And you point out some of the results and stuff, some of the things in sim racing. This is one of the things that I really like about teams like InSpeed, teams like Axel, where they are representing their nation, etc., etc. Obviously the Mexico racing team as well, but they're also showing off not just the team and not just the nation, but they're showing off the for these teams the Asian side of sim racing, which is a side that we don't typically see, because sim racing is more based out of Europe, like we are, or North America. Those are the typical hotspots for where
sim racing,
yes.
Racing. But then you take away and go into
esports, big on the Asian market, and that's, I think it is an unbelievable, untapped well of potential that these teams are showing to the mass public in Malaysia, in China. They're showing in Indonesia as well, and obviously they didn't go that far. Well, I think they're still going around in the Legion of Racers JMX Phantoms car. They're showing those the young up-and-comers, or even the esports professionals over there, that sim racing is a thing, and maybe, just maybe, you should give it a go. That there's so much that can be on this grid from all over the world, because sim racing has this potential to be completely global.
I wonder how much, and this is a question really for technical bods, I wonder how much the firewalls and stuff of China make life difficult for competing in global events. Competing in esports events that are hosted locally in China or locally in Asia, maybe not so difficult, but to log into a European or a worldwide event, maybe you have much more restrictions because of the issues.
Well, I mean, speaking of the size of that stuff that they've had for InSpeed, size of Coanda, I'm not going to talk about dribbling, that's fine. It was coffee, not actual dribble. The size of what they've done with Coanda, with their esports hub, with Persia, with all these teams, Williams that have brought everyone around, it's absolutely incredible. But then you can't forget the size of the operation that we've got here in Silverstone. We've got this studio, which we've been using for Le Mans Virtual generally anyway. It's been, like I was saying before over the night, it's been zhuzhed up a little bit. We've got a slightly fancier desk. But for the most part, it's the same rough facility that we've got. We've got the Hayfisher truck outside, which is incredible, by the way. When I did that tour earlier on, I was like completely baffled by the amount of screens and buttons that Tom and Aid have to deal with to bring you this broadcast feed. It's been an incredible level of preparation, and it's not just something where you show up an hour before the broadcast, you open the laptop, they press the on button, they go press the stream button, and it's like, right, yeah, okay, all that goes on. They have been preparing directly for this, like actually coming here and doing stuff. They've been preparing for the last week or so. When it comes to the actual preparation on the build-up to this, you are talking about months in advance to get everything right for this broadcast, and then we have people like this on screen.
No, it's not just the broadcast, it's the whole organisation as well. There's
everything.
I'm going to speculate 4 or 5 full-time members of staff just on this championship alone.
Oh yeah, it's
full-time members.
It's so much work to, like I say, not just from broadcast, but from race control, obviously everyone behind it, building up into it. You've got everyone running things behind the scenes, trying to sort out sponsors, contracts, everything, getting all the teams into place. I know that there are some people that will be detractors and think, oh well, it could have been better, it could have been this, it could have been. Honestly, come here directly, go into race control, and then start telling them that there, because I promise you, you'll be so impressed with how much work they have put in, and that they do not get time to rest, to breathe, or to do anything.
Just watching Jimmy Broadbent here in his silly hair, looking at his steering movements, I'm amazed at how sensitive that steering wheel is. There is barely any steering wheel movement going on to get the car through the chicanes. You can see he's got lots of time.
Oh, he knows he's on camera.
Of course he knows he's on camera.
I saw that smile.
He's got lots and lots of time to talk to his streams, and Le Mans is unique in that sense that you have these big straights where you can relax and relax your wrist.
There we go.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Yes.
There's obviously a delay, though, isn't there?
Just to clarify to the Jimmy Broadbent fan base, I have told Martin Haven that he has to say, please no punterino,
He's done it.
Jimmy. Did he say it earlier on?
Yeah, he did it this morning.
Oh, good effort. I respect that, man. He's good at his job. Oh, no. Fordzilla. The engine's popped. Who's behind the wheel of that? It's Georgi Dimitrov. That engine, that car's out. That car is done.
Okay, you're going to have to explain to those that don't understand how you can blow an engine.
I don't understand, because I would assume typically you do it on the run into Mulsanne corner by downshifting too aggressively, but they do have an engine wear rate that you can effectively wear the engine so much that the engine will let go. You see it in real life. The engines can let go in real life. This is what's happened to Ford. Obviously, a lot of smoke pouring out of the back, and sadly, painfully, with nearly 22 hours complete, they are out. They're absolutely out of this race. That is heartbreaking.
They've had such a good run, so much better than they've had throughout the rest of the season. Looking so strong for Fordzilla, just the one car from effectively a works Ford brand. But unfortunately, they are now out, puffing smoke out the back of the car. We'll get a replay in a second to see exactly if we can pick up any kind of clues as to how they have managed to do that.
See, I'm going to get the feeling that it's probably not been done in the braking zone, because they got all the way down to Indianapolis, and I get the feeling if it was in the braking zone, there they are. I think we should take a little listen and see what happens. Oh no! Oh no. Okay, so I think what he's done, and I was talking about this with Haven yesterday, or the day before. So what you can do, I'm going to take a wild guess that he's pulled neutral, which is possible to do if you pull both paddles at the same time. You can go into neutral, or if you have a neutral key set, which you'll typically use to get from first into neutral and then into reverse.
Yeah.
Has gone into neutral and then has panicked and gone, I need to be in sixth, and has shifted straight up without pushing the clutch in, because obviously if you then just shift straight up, the car will let you do that to go straight into first, but you're doing 250k, first gear can't do that, and it would have just ripped.
It seems like a weird thing to do on such a calm part of the circuit, though, to miss press.
I have seen it so many times. So many times. It's like I say,
but as you say, he's going up the gears rather than down.
If it is double panels, you might accidentally pull. We'll talk you through it a little bit. So we go up
fourth.
It's once he gets into fifth, and there he's pulled it. I don't know whether he's got too casual.
No, but you see neutral flash up on the dashboard. So he's gone from fifth into neutral somehow.
But he was in fifth for a little while.
Yeah.
For not by a little while. Yeah, you're talking like half a second. Pulled it into neutral. Whether it is both panels pressed or a button, I would always say if you've got a button for neutral, never have it on your wheel, because it is too easy to press. Have it on a keyboard or something nearby so that you can then press over.
Could be on a keyboard, and his cat has just stood on it.
Literally, there are so many things that could have happened there. But either way, if you do ever go into neutral, clutch in, get back up into fifth, and then carry on. Unfortunately, that is Fordzilla out, and that is, I mean, that's Le Mans. It's a heartbreaking story, but let's be honest, we see them in the real world as well. Those heartbreaking final moments.
We're not in the final moments, so we've got 2 hours and 15. We've still got plenty of racing still to go.
After 22 hours, it will still feel pretty final.
There is just 15 seconds between number 2, our leaders, Felipe Drugovich, on course for a second victory in the Le Mans Virtual after winning the FIA Formula 2 Championship last year. Leo Boulet is in second position for Alpine Esport, with Mitchell de Jong in the 20 Porsche Coanda car, a further 18 back. That's how it stands right now because we've cycled through another set of pit stops, would you believe? It does seem like they just come at you the whole time. And Alpine are on a different strategy to Redline and Coanda. Redline and Coanda, in theory, have now got their new tyres. So they should have better pace now. Leo Boulet had his new tyres on the last stint, so he's got tyres that are half an hour older. And right now, Lewis, they're back onto the double stints, presumably, so they're only doing 1 hour on the tyres rather than triples.
I did just see a note, by the way, from Fordzilla. They had a lag spike on their end. Whether that, that can be, when we say lag spike, that can be computer, that can be internet, it can be a lot of things. So they've had a technical issue regardless that has either then put them in neutral or has got their timing off with, obviously when you're shifting up, you're doing it in a rhythm, you're almost like doing it just on audio, just on memory of where hearing is, and just doing it automatically. And so as far as saying, basically it wasn't Dimitrov's fault, it was just an unreal amount of bad luck in one spot. Again, an incredible shame for Team Fordzilla, who'd, like I said, been having an incredible race. But absolutely right, pit stops in progress with 2 hours 13 minutes left to go. They can do about an hour 5. Might even be a little bit longer in the LMPs. So we should be talking about this. Tyres going on now, should be talking about the final, or the penultimate rather, set of tyres that we'll be putting on. 4 stints left to go, but they'll be double stinting those medium tyres. Double takes you to the checkered flag as long as you can save the fuel in the right way. Or some people might be going a little longer at points and might be trying to get themselves in position to do just a splash and dash before the end of the race. We believe there's a couple of teams that might be in that kettle of fish. We're not 100% sure as to which ones are. Those that were on the half strategy, where they're pitting around about 5 laps into the stint that Mercedes or the red line or that lot were on, they might be splashing and dashing before reaching the end of the race.
So Oracle Red Bull Racing have confirmed an hour ago they did disconnect, and so lost 2 laps. So now the focus is on trying to keep P3 in the championship because they are at the moment in third position, losing their second spot to the leaders in the GTE, which is the 888 R8G Sports squad that are down in 8th position in the championship as it stands coming into this race, having had a victory and a pole position in Monza, but otherwise not a fantastic season. By winning there and by winning here, that would put them up into 2nd in the championship and would remove the Porsche down to 3rd position. So focus then from Oracle Red Bull Racing. Still don't really understand why they only entered 1 car in GTE and not did a Redline or a Coanda, where at the least you've got 2 cars. When you do Le Mans for real and you've got 2 cars in the global championship, you add a 3rd car just in case luck hits the other cars. You've still got one that can win. You've seen it with Audi over many, many years. 2 full-time entries and then a 3rd for Le Mans. That 3rd for Le Mans is not just because they want to have an extra car. It's because Le Mans has so many variables, has so many issues. Real world, I'm not talking about virtual, I'm talking about real world, that you are spreading your opportunity greater by having more cars. And I don't really know why someone like Oracle Red Bull Racing, G2 Esports, massive organisation, whether you're looking at the Formula 1 Red Bull Racing team or G2 Esports who run the esports side of things, why not enter a 2nd car? Just if you get these disconnects, if you're having these issues, you've got another one to back you up.
I mean, obviously Redline are a big recipient of that, obviously in the LMP category, not to bring that one up too many times, but I get where you're coming from. I'm just not sure, after some of the issues that Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports had last year, because they ran 2 cars last year, they ran a GTE and an LMP. Maybe that was a mistake when you should run 2 GTEs. But they were running a little bit short on drivers that actually wanted to participate, that were skillful enough on R-Factor 2 to participate, going into the final round. It left them in a bad spot, especially when it comes to hoovering up pros. That's always one of the major factors. Getting pros for this race is incredibly difficult. Pros that are fast enough.
And actually, at the moment, that 99 car will not be 3rd in the championship because Sim Marinello have got enough points to be 3rd.
This is what happened to Dimitrov when he popped, well, when the engine popped. I think
we're waiting for a reaction.
I think that is stunned bewilderment.
There you go. Oh. Yeah, now it really settles in.
Heartbreaking for them. Like you say, from what we're hearing from Fordzilla, it wasn't Dimitrov's fault. It was, for whatever reason, for whatever had happened, whether it was a computer or whatever, but a lag spike, screen read, whatever you want to call it, right at just at the worst time. And yeah, there are just no words. But that is the brutality of this. And Alex Brundle was saying earlier, to enjoy the highs, you've got to have those heartbreaking lows.
I mean, me especially, because I was so bad at racing, but even the very best guys in the world will experience more lows in motorsport than they will do highs. You cannot win every weekend.
No, exactly.
And unless you're Max Verstappen, you rarely win at all. But you're always striving to win. So it is a nature of motorsport that you end up in a very having to fight negativity quite a lot.
Well, we have 45 cars on this grid. Only 2 of them can win.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
That's the important bit, is that you've got to remember that there is, that's the big deal that they're having to fight for. You're trying to be the top percent of the top percent. It's absolutely an unbelievably difficult thing, and you've got to accept that disappointment's a part of the game. Sorry.
Whilst we watch the leader of our race, the number 2 machine of Felipe Drugovich, leading now by 32 seconds over the 20 machine as Leo Boulet brings the Alpine Esports car into the pits, off sequence to the others. Let's head back over to Versailles with Hayley Edmonds. She's caught up with Gustav Menezes, who you remember last time we met had pink shorts on and sushi in a delivery bag. What's he got this time?
So, Gustavo, we're standing in front of your 2022 kit you've kindly donated for the decor of the Peugeot Sport headquarters. The last time you competed in the 24 Hours of Le Mans was in 2020. What do you think you are going to be taking away from all of the sim time you've had preparing for this 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual in preparation for the 24 Hours of Le Mans that you'll be taking part in June?
Yeah, I mean, it's always it's good to have a refresher, just getting the mentality of a 24-hour endurance in Le Mans with the team, with a good spirit, motivation, and also, like, for example, this race that we've had some issues with disconnects and other things, to persevere and continue working no matter the outcome. So it's been a good, let's say, team builder and time spent here at Peugeot HQ.
Absolutely, and of course we've got the 9X8 just in front of us here, the hypercar. You're driving the car number 94. Tell us about your preparation for the season. What's coming up next?
Yeah, now we've had our holiday fun, again, this kind of kick-started the race mentality this weekend, and we kick off testing in the next week and start building up for what is going to be our first full season in the WEC Championship.
So just tell us about the fact that you kind of integrated this Peugeot Esports team. How the relationships have gone. How has that gone for you?
Yeah, first it's the first time for Peugeot Sport, or now Peugeot Esport, competing in virtual motorsports. I think they've always been a little bit curious and dipping their toes in the water, and I think we're going to see more and more exposure from Peugeot on the esports side. So it's been fun as one of the drivers on the sporting side to work with some of the sim drivers and enjoy one of the biggest virtual races in motorsport.
So what are you taking away from your experiences? I know you're not going to be jumping back into the car because Gustavo's had a sleep, unlike Maxime, for example. What are your main takeaways from this experience?
Well, it's actually nice to be the amateur in this situation because, as you said, I had a wonderful night sleeping in my bed. It was honestly just a good spark, good fun. We've been here for several days, I think a week now, all working together in that spirit of self-improvement every single time you get in the car, and we'll carry that along into the season.
There have been a lot of questions on social media about the 9X8 and the fact that it would be pretty cool to see it on a platform such as R Factor 2. What do you reckon?
I think it would be awesome. I think it would be really cool in general to have eventually have the hypercars in R Factor in the virtual Le Mans. Obviously, Peugeot would be happy to see it, and it'd be cool to see a wingless car competing in the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is the plan for the hypercars to be introduced into the R Factor 2 platform in the near future. Keep across all of the social channels to learn more about the plans in 2023. The season of this season was announced at Le Mans in June, so don't expect any announcements for next season until June. But certainly, as more and more manufacturers get involved in hypercar, this Le Mans Virtual will have to replicate the real world.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see that. I mean, like I say, we've already got the van wall in game, which you can go and just drive now, or you can wait 2 hours and 4 minutes and then go and drive it after that. That would probably be the more preferable option. Also, just slightly off topic, because I feel deeply offended. I've just checked Twitter, which is something you should never really do. Tom Evans, who's a friend of mine, he's a photographer who does some things in motorsport and whatever. He said, I haven't watched the Le Mans Virtual this year, but I can definitely cross this box off. And he sent me a picture of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual bingo that we've been doing commentary-wise, and the only one he's crossed off is Lewis McLean makes an unfunny joke. That is brutal.
And true.
It's so true. I've been going out of my way to be as unfunny as possible.
And he's also 18 hours delayed. Far too late. You made an unfunny joke within the first 15 minutes.
I'm pretty sure I made an unfunny joke on my walkthrough.
No, you definitely did. Yeah, that was pre-race, so you may not have seen that, in fairness. Good morning, everybody.
Isn't your jumper unfunny joke?
Good point.
Right, let's do the highlights as we go 2 hours before the end of our third edition of the Le Mans Virtual. We're coming to the sharp end, and we're going to get the voice of WEC back into the commentary box to guide you through it.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop, refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race. Real power.
22 hours of sim racing for the third edition of the Le Mans Virtual. We're just 2 hours away from the culmination of this extraordinary event, and this is how it all began. Max Verstappen from third on the grid down the inside into turn 1, and before he even got there had the lead of the race. We've had all kinds of chaos, whether it be personal or in the race. We also had a little bit of rain. That was just before we had one of 2 red flags, which caused chaos. Wasn't safety cars breed safety cars, more red flags breed red flags. Both Van Wall cars getting caught up in that particular incident, along with a certain Andy Prio. Day became night, but the challenges still remained. Even coming into the pits was difficult for some. Staying on the track can be tricky, and if the wall comes at you like that for the Proton Coanda machine, then damage can be caused. Racing has been frenetic. The 71 machine leading the championship, but is not the fastest car out there. And so Rudy Van Buren having to send it hard to get himself up into a strong position. The sun rose after a very hard night for many, and it put Felix Rosenqvist in the number 2 red line machine in the lead. The number 1 had bailed out of the race despite leading the championship. Verstappen threw a hissy fit and decided to retire. The Porsche curves, all place where danger is ever apparent, even to the chicane. Sim Marinello and Door Motorsport getting together. But Coanda fighting hard through the traffic to get themselves up into a position where they are now just 29 seconds off Team Redline. Different strategies at the head of the field, a late retirement for Fordzilla with an engine failure. And they were running very well. So, Team Redline lead the race at the moment by just under 30 seconds over the Porsche Coanda number 20. Number 53, AMG Team Williams up into 3rd spot. Porsche Coanda 23 in 4th. Alpine Esports have dropped down to 6th position now after their last round of pit stops. Colin Sport back aboard that car. Look at that, the number 1 leading in the championship, deciding to retire and therefore will not win the championship season 2 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Unbelievable decision by Max Verstappen to do that. In GTE, it is the leaders of the championship in second behind the AAA RHE Ferrari, which is very much the class of the field from the very beginning. I've been Ben Cosenjuris. Lewis McGlade has already exited the commentary box. We're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Chris McCarthy and the voice of Le Mans, Martin Haven.
A voice of Le Mans. Okay, 2 hours to go, just inside the final 2 hours. And this is perhaps where we start to discover if anybody has a little bit of a fuel advantage up their sleeve. And I'm looking at you, BMW Team Redline. The BMWs have been able to go a little further on fuel than their rivals in the GTE class. They are 1 minute and 48 seconds behind, i.e. a full fuel pit stop with tyres and more behind R8G's Ferrari that leads the race and has led the race from pole position for much of the 22 hours that have gone ahead of us. And possibly also, despite the fact that they're all using identical Orica LMP2 machinery, we might see a few changes late in the remaining couple of hours because of splash and dash fuel stops in LMP. Felipe Drugovich leading for Team Redline, car number 2. In the pits right now, Dane Warren in the 23 Porsche Coanda car, one of the 2 Porsches that locked out the front row of the grid in qualifying, and the number 20 car, Mitchell de Jong, at the helm of that. They are currently running in 2nd place, just 25 seconds behind the leader. An incident, somebody else's incident, more likely than an incident of your own, could make the difference between winning and losing this race. And of course, anybody who's watched the real Le Mans 24 hours in the last decade will be all too well aware that even the last lap is as dangerous as the first to your hopes of success. Chris McCarthy, we are getting perhaps to a spot where certain team strategies are going to become more evident as we close in on, and then the teams now will be back timing their fuel to, or will have been back timing their fuel maybe for the last 3 or 4 hours to make sure that they neither run dry nor have too much left in the tank at the end of the race, because you don't want to spend 32 seconds at any stage filling up with fuel that's going to be sitting in the car after the checkered flag. That's completely irrelevant. You take that time out because you take the fuel out of the tank. So that will already have started, and of course, unless you're privy to their calculations, trying to guess who's got what is going to be the devil's own job.
No, it's going to be a very tough job. It's great to be back with you all as we go into the final 2 hours, the final stretch, and as you said, the final pit stops now, final sequence of pit stops fastly approaching. And talking to Alex Brundle in commentary a little earlier about this strategy. Very key, and we would have seen teams along the way somewhere seeing if they could have saved a lap or two here or there, and this is where they might be able to get the rewards of that. But we still have possibilities of some very big changes in the order, and some of that could be down to those very pit stops that you were just talking about.
Well, the top 4 cars are separated by 82 seconds. What's 82? I'll be accurate, 82.65. 82 seconds is a full fuel stop plus tyres. 62 seconds, 64 seconds rather, 32 for the fuel, 32 to drive through the pit lane, so 64 seconds plus 20 seconds for tyres, that's 84 seconds, and the top 4 cars are 82 seconds apart. So if one of them doesn't need a final fuel stop, boom, suddenly you go from 4th to 1st and look like a hero. Because you have been accumulating that extra allocation of fuel throughout the remainder of the previous 12 or 14 hours since we reset everything after our red flag. And it is possible that somebody has maybe even half a tank of fuel in hand or half a stint in hand, and we're going to have to watch. We've just seen 23 stop for fuel. Dane Warren now down to 6th place. Into the pits now, August Canapino. He is in 4th place in the number 53 AMG Team Williams machine. So he is making a fuel stop, and with an hour and 50 minutes to go, they will have to make several more. It's a 10-lap stint at 3 minutes 25. So that's 32.5 minutes. Plus the time you spend in the pit lane for a stop, 33.5 minutes of time elapsed per stint. And we've got 30, 60, 90, 120. We've basically got 5 stints now. Nearly 6 full stints to the end of the race for our LMP cars. Now the question is, how nearly a full stint is somebody going to make it, and how much can they pinch and scrimp and save? And does anybody have an advantage? So AMG Team Williams, Porsche Commander number 23 have both ducked in and out of the pits. And so now we know that they are going to be the first of the group, of the lead group, to stop in sequence each time. And if the rest of them don't come in on the next lap, then we know they're at a more than 1 lap deficit, and possibly a 2-lap deficit, and so on. So this is where we start to try and remember in our very fuddled haze exactly what's going. Looking here at the battle, looking back from Panis Racing towards R8G's car number 18, and this is the battle, as you can see, for 10th position. So these are the cars just off the lead lap, and this gap is absolutely tiny. Victor Martins being chased, not Victor Martins, he's in the car ahead, the Alpine car. This is Thibaut Casubon, and behind him is the R8G number 18 car doing the chasing, and that is Martin Himmensen, the Dane, and he is all over the back of it.
It's going to be intriguing to see these next round of stops. And one section, if you do have a timing screen in front of you, is those last lap times, just to see when people do start to go and push if they're not saving fuel, and we'll see the difference of those who are and those who are not, maybe those who are risking a strategy and those who are definitely saving.
Now, in terms of LMP cars, it's a 10-lap stint. Very, very, very tough to get 11. You might be able to do it if you've got a handy enough advantage over the car behind you. In the GTE class, it's about a 15-lap stint. It's about 53, 55 minutes. We've got an hour and 51 minutes. We are now almost within touching distance of 1 full more stop after this to the end. So cars have just gone in. Mahler's BMW, car number 10, that has just stopped and is on the outlap with Beitz-Gewisser. And they have stopped from 10th place, car number 10. From 5th place is the Proton Coanda, remaining Proton Coanda GTE car, 88. And that is just on the outlap. And so that car now in the hands of Raoul Hyman, the South African driver. Stopping now is Sebastian Wunsch in the Simsa Sport Ferrari, and from third place, Alan Terzic in the BS competition BMW. Now that car was very close and has had the lead at one stage, so they're stopping now with an hour and 50 minutes. So that's 110 minutes. That's 2 55-minute stints. So this stop plus one more should get them to the checkered flag. Anybody who stops after this will have to fill in their final stop for fewer laps and will be stationary for less time. So anybody now who stops after BS competition, after Proton Coanda, after Mahler, will have a time advantage there, saving in the pit lane. You don't necessarily have to miss a pit stop, but the fewer laps fuel you have to put in to get to the end, the shorter time you spend by what did we say it was 3.2 seconds per lap. That's what it takes to fuel. If you fuel for, well, that's for a prototype car. If you fuel for 10 laps, it takes 32 seconds. So every lap you don't have to fuel, you gain 3.2 seconds on track, which is a big...
That's a lot of time.
I know. You have to be a lot faster in this category with this class of driver to gain 3.2 seconds unless the car in front has a big off.
This is a battle potentially coming up for Panis Racing coming up. We are looking back from R8G, so we'll monitor this one as we watch some of the cars now just heading down towards Indianapolis. Martin, we see one of the red line cars there in chase. This is one of the R8G cars, in fact, being chased by the red line car. This is our lead car overall, with Felipe Drugovich currently in the car, and he leads by 26 seconds currently.
And Redline may well end up with a chance to win this race overall. Just behind the race leader, you can see the 86 GR Esports car, and a chance now to catch up with one of their drivers, Mo Ritson. So Mo, good morning. I was going to say good afternoon, because it feels like this morning has been going on forever and a day. How does it feel to the driving lineup of the car?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it was a tough night. We had our ups and downs, but it's a bit surreal. I don't think I've even seen sunlight yet, so I don't know what time of day it is.
Well, listen, it's the UK in January. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure the sun's even up yet, so no, you're absolutely right. It's funny because when you are watching the race as you are when you're in the race and it's daylight, and then you look outside the door and it's still pitch black, it's a very strange equation. So you talked about the dramas you've had. You and the sister car have both had actually probably an unfair amount of bad luck coming your way, but in terms of how you feel that the team has performed, what are you looking at towards the end of the race? Have you got anything up your sleeve that might make it look a little more comfortable?
Well, I think we've handled the ups and downs really well, as best as we can. You can never prepare fully for this race. You never know what's going to be thrown at you. But I think we've done a really good job with it, and it's been enjoyable, which always helps. Yeah, we've got a few things coming in the last few days. We're going to see what we can do and if we can any more places. But everything's still to play for. Still an hour and 45 to go. We've seen in the real world races and the previous editions of this sim race that it really can make a difference in the last few minutes.
Yeah, it really can, absolutely. And as we said a few minutes ago, even the last lap, nothing is safe, as we've seen. Now, obviously, everybody at home, to a degree, is invested and involved in this, and probably have some of them, quite a lot of them, have their own sim rigs at home. I always find it really fascinating to see, where most of our competitors are. Most of you will be at home in your own regular sim rig. Some of you will, some are in, a big facility with a big team around them. What's the backup that you guys have got? You're in 4 individual locations, or is it just you on your own?
We're all over Europe, actually. Me and my teammate Gus Bowers and Dan, we're all in the UK, and then we've got guys all over Germany, Poland. So it's kind of quite an independent side of things back at home, back at the actual sim. But the test sessions that we've been doing, they've all been online together and arranged and everything. But it's an interesting dynamic working with different drivers around Europe, and you're working with these engineers which we're so used to being in an office with on a race weekend in the truck, but then all of a sudden everything's done on Discord and Skype and everything. It's a totally different experience when it comes to fine tuning and the engineering side of stuff. But it's had its challenges, but at the same time it's been fun to work with different drivers from different backgrounds and to see how alienly fast these sim drivers are.
Discord does a lot of heavy lifting in this virtual world, doesn't it? And you're absolutely right, I think. I think particularly from the first time we ran Le Mans 24-hour virtual 3 seasons ago, that the real world drivers were suddenly almost pinned to their seats by how fast the sim pros can go in these things, because they do things that the game demands, which a real-world driver like yourself and lots of particularly the LMP2 real-world drivers, prototype drivers, would just not do with a real-world car. You have to... It's like changing a category. If you go from, karting to single-seaters, you have to unlearn a whole load of stuff and learn a whole load of new stuff. And that's all part of the challenge for the pro racing drivers, right?
Exactly. I think that's the hurdle that we've all faced at some point with that transition from the real world to the sim world. And yeah, like you said, it's when you're surrounded by these sim drivers, you see things that they're doing, and you're like, surely not. But it works. It's fast. And you've got to, if someone's doing it, you've got to match them. And I think we've been very lucky with the GR Sports guys that the sim racers that we've got are blindingly fast. They've got 10 years of experience in the sim world stuff. They've done, countless amounts of races. So that experience has really helped myself and Gus and all the other real world drivers get accustomed to the kind of the quirks that come with sim racing.
Well, the good news is if you can all meet up after this for an evening of indoor kart racing, you can thrash them senseless. You can use your real world skills.
Exactly. We've got a fair bit of doing to get them back for all these the embarrassing test sessions.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because we always talked about this from the very beginning, is that the professional race drivers, and some of them with decades of experience and have raced in Formula One and World Endurance and have raced at Le Mans and so on, become effectively the, quote, gentleman drivers in the car. You're the ones that need bringing up to speed. Did you feel coming in, okay, I can't be the weakest link. I can't be the slowest guy in the car. Is that the pressure?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've all got a lot of pressure. It's kind of like my FIA grading. I'm kind of looking at it twice, like silver, bronze. I don't know anymore. It's kind of, what do you look at it as?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been tough to adjust to it for sure. And this is my first taste of R Factor, and it's been really enjoyable. And I think now I'm looking at it and thinking this is my real taster of sim racing, and the endless opportunities within the sim racing world. I think it's great for any real world drivers trying to develop their skills, on a cheaper budget, because we all know racing's not a cheap sport, and neither is sim racing compared to other sports, but it's far more accessible for drivers away from instead of spending all the money to go on test days and track days.
It's more expensive than a football or a cricket bat and ball, but it's as you say, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than trying to actually do it in real cars, and you get so much bang for your buck. You can just practice your heart out. Final question before we let you go and focus again on when the car is. Has it given you a taste to do the real thing? Is that now high up on the shopping list and higher maybe than it might have been before?
For sure. I mean, it was fairly high as things were before this, but this is really giving me a taste of the competition, and you just look at the entry list and it's insane, the drivers and the experience that is on this entry list this year. And it does give you that real sense of when you're going out of that pit lane, that you're not just going into any old session to have a bit of a play around. It means business. We're up against F1 world champions and drivers who've done this race in the real thing. So it's made it more realistic and more special for sure. And it's only helped my ambitions to actually do the real thing at some point in the near future.
Good. Our intention is 100% to feed the addiction. Mo Ritson, good luck for the rest of the race to you and both of the GR cars. Keep out of the gravel. This always happens. When you go on TV to get interviewed, the first thing you see is your own car going off. So just that's all part of the experience. We're trying to make it as real as possible. Mo, we're going to let you go. The leaders are all pitting for the next round of stops. So good luck for the rest of the race, and look forward to seeing you at the real Le Mans in the not too distant future.
Thank you very much. Great to chat to you.
All right. Cheers now. Okay, so our leaders are heading into the pits. The leader, now a change of driver. Luke Bennett has taken over number 2, Team Redline. Mitchell de Jong remains at the wheel of the 23 Coanda car. And out of the pits comes our GTE leader, Alex Smoljar, in R8G's 888. So they have fuel in hand, don't they? We talked about this just before we caught up with GR Esports Mo Ritson about from the 1 hour 50 minutes, which is basically about as long as you can run in 2 stints. They've saved themselves 10 minutes of track time. And what are they lapping at? They're lapping at 3 minutes 50, let's say 4 minutes. They've saved themselves 2.5 laps. So a minimum of 6.5, 7 seconds or so they have saved in terms of pit stop time in their next stop, in what will be their last stop. So they will add to their advantage based on the fact that they're going to be putting less fuel in to get to the end, because you don't have to fill the tank. You only put in what you need to get to the checkered flag and not an ounce more, because that makes the car quicker and it also makes your stop shorter. In the same way that when you go to the petrol station, if you put in 10 euros or a full tank, 10 euros takes much less, unless you're riding a motorbike, than filling the tank. So that's the deal. So they have that little advantage in hand, and that means that RAG is going to be harder to catch.
They certainly will. Victor Martins has come in for another stop in the Alpine Esports car. It seems like he's been in there an incredibly long time. They can do a max of 7 hours, can't they? I hope he knows about that, because Victor Martins seems to have been in there
the real
a huge
key
amount of time.
is the number
Brilliant
of hours in one solid stint, and that's 4 in any 5, isn't it, or something?
3 in any
3
5.
in any 5, that's right.
Yeah.
Minimum drive times also have to be observed. Again, no driver may do less than 4 hours
you have to do a
spread
minimum
across the
of 4.
race, and pit stop time does not count. Now, because we lost a sizable chunk of the race with the 2 red flags, those minimum drive times will be reduced incrementally, and the teams will know what it is. So instead of maybe a minimum drive time of 4 hours, it's probably, I don't know, 3 hours 10 or 3 hours 20 or something, you know, in relation to the actual time of running in the race. So that has been reduced a little bit, but still all of those are important. At this level, driver fatigue, either among the pro sim racers or the pro racing drivers, is unlikely to be an issue, as it might be with more mature gentleman drivers, let's say, in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans. So that's probably going to be less of an issue in terms of fatigue, but it's just making sure that your guys have done the minimum and don't break the maximum drive times. So, yeah, Victor Martins in and out for Alpine Esports. That's their 37 car. And Smoljar safely out in R8G. There was another stop, SF Esports. They had a bit of a disconnect issue early this morning, and Kevin Stolzer is back at the wheel of that car. That's running in 13th place at the moment, chasing the equally luckless ProDrive Fire at Esports Aston Martin. That car was right at the front of the field, ran in the lead early on, and Lasse Sorensen was very quick in that. He is back at the wheel of the car, but unfortunately, because of their issues, dropping down to 12th place. And I don't think there's any kind of randomizer in the game that throws in tyre debris and random punctures and all the other stuff that would happen in the real world of racing at Le Mans or anywhere else. But there are random issues of a different nature, because we're all interconnected on this massive network of computers that do sort of replace that. And it looks just very briefly, again, as if Graf have another one of those issues. They're now shown not as being in the pit lane, but as being stopped in the game.
Yeah, Ozeratskovska has just stopped somewhere. Seems they might have had a connection issue.
Well, that car was shown as P for being in the pit lane a moment or two ago, so she might have had to have a reset to the pit lane, which could be either a mechanical fault with the rig, the wheel or something, or possibly with the screen on her rig. So Lubov Ozretskaya is in the pit lane, and a question mark remains a graph. They've had a dramatic race. That pictures or those images that you see in the highlights of a car barrel rolling, yeah, that's the graph car. So again, you know, in the virtual world, no harm done to anybody at all.
I mean, that was a steering wheel disconnection, wasn't it? That so
no pixels were harmed in the making of that barrel roll.
And let's just say, look, that's, you know, if you're at the 24-hour Le Mans and you just see a car that just does not want to make it to the end right now, then that seems to be the graph car. It just everything seems to be wanting to fall off it currently, and that's not anything due to the team. That is just quite simply
just fate,
luck. Not
fate.
On its side.
Absolutely. Hugh Chamberlain, who ran cars through Group C and for many years at Le Mans, always used to say, if it's going to break, I wish it would at least have the good grace to do so while the pubs are still open and not drag us all the way through to lunchtime before finally giving up the ghost. You know, because if you've got a car that absolutely and willfully will not stay out on track for any period of time, it becomes very unfunny really quite quickly. So yeah, he was always of that opinion. Pit stops for Will Chigurtha in the number 5 Williams eSports car. Again, they had problems early on. Thomas Anger for ARC Bratislava, the Flying Czech, the 44 car that is in the pits from 17th. Again, that will be penultimate. That won't be penultimate pit stop of the race. That's only going to be for the GT cars, so that will be a standard stop for them. Quite a number of these cars that have had little issues or slightly bigger issues are on slightly different strategies to our front runners. And again, you know, the rule of thumb at Le Mans always is least time spent in the pits, most likely chance of winning the race. And that's because when you're in the pits, you're doing 0 kilometers an hour. When you're out here, you're doing north of 100 and up to getting on for 300 almost everywhere. So you obviously cover a lot more ground, and it's who goes furthest in the time allotted that is the winner.
This a car absolutely flying, isn't it, Martin? 2 seconds a lap quicker, albeit that 1.5 sometimes, than Mitchell de Jong. They're definitely on different strategies as we say that. That's an example of why the Porto car stays out, the Alpine car comes in. So clearly they were getting the most out of that car before they were going to bring it in a little bit earlier than those ones ahead. Alpine, really a fantastic performance. I've got to say, they've been, for me, one of the standout performances of this entire race. Looking back through their season, a best result of 6th, and it's just been a superb race for them so far, given the luck they had against them in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual last year. They're really overturning it this year. Yeah,
and I have to say, actually, another real standout team among, let's say, not the heavy hitters that you expect to be absolutely at the front, was Fordzilla. Yeah, it's a quirky little team. It's not a big deal like Coanda. It's not a big deal like Redline. But boy, have they punched above their weight in this race right from the very beginning. Qualified 16th, whether that was just not getting it right or not finding the lap or whatever, not entirely sure. But their qualifying position and where they have been for most of the race, including, incidentally, in the lead yesterday evening after the red flags, then, you know, they have absolutely outperformed anything that they showed in qualifying and had a really, really good race. So that, you know, that problem blowing the engine, a real shame for them. And as we said, it's possible that they did not have their over-rev protection on the car, and there you go.
Just being reminded back there, they were part of the competition when we started the first ever Le Mans eSports series back in 2019, Fordzilla, and they had some pretty decent results in that, and they've just grown as an outfit since then. When we were at the Autosport show competing as well, they did get some good results there, but that was of course racing on Forza Motorsport, which is a hugely different setup to this. That's like going from and I'm not comparing them to one or the other. That's like a team having drivers in a British F4 team, an FIA Formula 3 team, and a Formula 2 team. They're just completely different things. They might look the same, but they are completely different to drive.
They've got two pedals and the flappy paddles and the steering wheel, and other than that, the
jumping from one to the other is incredibly difficult, and it takes a lot of time to get used to. But as you said, Fordzilla have done that very well.
Well, he was in the studio earlier on, helping us through the night with commentary, but we've got rid of him now. Alex Brundle is somebody else's problem. I wonder whose. Let's find out.
For anyone, they put me in this little room to keep me out of trouble, but unfortunately for them, they've also connected me up to Andy, three-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx, and rising sports car star Sebastian Priaulx. They've been driving the virtual Le Mans Cup car. Firstly, guys, I know you are, to all intents and purposes, out of the race at this point, but let me know, how did your race go up until the point where it looked like you had a little connection issue out there?
Hey Alex, how you doing? I bet you're enjoying not driving here this weekend. It's been a lot of fun. We had a tough race. The boys, both Sultan and Sean, were awesome. The pro sim drivers. Seb did a great first stint. Then I jumped on, and as I got in, unfortunately we had the glitch, and then of course we had the red flags and everything else, which probably saved the day for the team, to be honest, because I was struggling.
So who's the sim pro between the two of you? Is it very much Seb doing the coaching and Andy doing the learning, in line with what you'd expect kind of generationally, or are you a hot shoe, Andy?
Alex, you know, this is not my generation. I feel everything through the seat of my pants, basically. But Seb, you gave me a lot of coaching, didn't you, during the race, and the boys as well?
He kept on track. That's the main thing. He kept it on the black stuff and without a shunt. So I'm pretty happy with that.
What was the main thing you had to teach him, Seb? What did you get Dad up to speed with?
I think actually one of the main things is you know, with the sim, you've got to sort of drive it way different to real life, as you know, and double pedaling, which you don't do in a race car, works on the sim. So I taught him to double pedal a bit in the corners to get the weight transfer and everything. So yeah, that worked. There's some things that, you know, for me, all my neuro pathways are finely tuned to driving and feel, you know, and as you know, Alex, it's very different on the sim, but it's really good for the concentration. It's good for the high level of stress and performance. It keeps you concentrated. I think it's been great practice for you for Daytona, and it's been great to be part of the production. It's been awesome. And the lead up, Alex, was fun, all the testing and everything. But yeah, unfortunately, we had quite a few issues during the race. Also, being here in Guernsey, our internet's not the best, so we had latency. We were missing cars at some point. So instead of causing a big accident, we thought we better just park the car, otherwise it would have been a drama.
Well, really sporting of both of you. You mentioned Seb's ongoing programme this year. Seb, give us a feel for what's in store for you in the coming season.
Yeah, so full year in IMSA in WeatherTech, which is great. Starting off with the 24 end of this month, so I'm really excited about that in the new Porsche 992 GTR. So that's going to be awesome. I had a test last month, it went really well, so really looking forward to that. Hopefully go back in WEC at some point and do Le Mans again. That's one of the best races in the world, so I'd love to be back on the grid soon.
Well, 6 times Le Mans competition for you, Addy. You can add a virtual Le Mans to it. Thanks so much to all of us for your participation, your great Le Mans racing spirit. And, well, I'm sure you'll see I'm sure I'll see you at a racetrack soon.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Great to see you. Good job.
Andy and Sebastian Priaulx following in the Montoya footsteps as the pro race drivers in the Le Mans Virtual Cup Winners' car. And we talked about this earlier, didn't we? I'm sure it is coincidence that the Montoyas, Juan Pablo and Sebastian, and the Priaulx, Andy and Sebastian, father and son combinations, and having set that as the way it should work, we were looking for other father-son combinations with the son called Sebastian. Now then, this is a real problem.
Phantom, isn't it?
Yeah. This is the car that did not join the race at the start, was able to get in when we had the red flag reset.
They've had must have had some sort of a crash somewhere.
Looks like.
Have they got?
So, Fadi Rahmat, one of the Indonesian drivers in the car.
are they just looking for us?
Has he got a puncture or something, or is
yeah,
he?
Must be.
Yeah, it sounds like he's struggling to get drive, despite the fact the car is in gear. So it's going to be a long drive back for them, but it's been a pretty tough baptism for them anyway. So that car is on the Mulsanne straight. 100 laps behind the leaders. They're in with no chance whatsoever, really, of picking up any places. And now it's just that resilience and that bitter determination that teams have that, right, this is not going to break us. We are going to get to the end, and that's what it's all about now. An hour and 25 minutes remain of the third 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual, the final round of the 2022-23 Le Mans Series Virtual. And this is where the titles will be decided. Malte Jakobsen pitting for Peugeot Esports, their car in 18th place.
That's the end of them.
It may well be. If he can't find drive, then he could be out of the race for good.
Has he missed the pit lane there or something like
that? No, I don't know.
Or
He's halfway down the Mulsanne, so I suppose it's possible he might have. Looking at a very tight battle here. And that is the Alpine of Colin Spork ahead
of Baldwin.
Of Baldwin in the AMG Petronas 63 car. Gap was around half a second, as you can see. It's just reaching out and touching distance. So James Baldwin, one of their pro race drivers, attacking Colin Spork. And this is for potentially a chance to strike for the podium, because they're 25 seconds behind AMG Team Williams in third, Augusto Canapino in that car, but again, not sure quite how their fuel strategies are going to work out. We're talking during the night. We were riding with Max for a number of laps. When you go back to the onboard there, you can see the driver's hands moving, you can see all the instrumentation on the steering wheel moving. Watch the driver's foot. It's just below the kilometers an hour there. Unfortunately, that's not animated. It's just painted in there. It never moves. And he doesn't have his foot welded to the throttle all the way. So I did say that somewhere somebody needs to spend a bit of time during the summer animating the driver's foot to match what the hands and the brakes and the acceleration are doing. Right, it's all tiny details, but tiny details are what makes this. I mean, look at the reflections on the car. You know, tiny details are what make this so hyper real, aren't they? And yeah, it's all, we're all about that. I mean, look at, you know, the tremble in the rear fin, the cars bouncing as they ride, the corrugated curbs, the serrated curbs. I mean, all of that sparks. There's so much about this is the determination to make it as visually real as well as real as you can in terms of physics.
Yeah, it's not just to watch. Most importantly, it's to drive, isn't it? And you want to get that feeling that you are racing in the 24-hour of Le Mans. And I'm sure many of them have done at some stage, even for all the professional drivers which had to start the race. I can imagine the nerves were rising as they came through the Ford chicanes and when they fired their way up through the Dunlop curve for the first time. I mean, yeah, that's got to be some feeling, isn't it? In
and
a
if
pack
you're
of 28
not
cars.
nervy, then your adrenaline isn't where it needs to be for the start of a race, whether it's a real race or a virtual race. You know, the competition is just as intense. The cars may not be physical, but the competition absolutely is every bit as intense. Now, they've been caught by one of the two Van Wall cars, and I'm not sure whether that's 4 or 444, but either way, it's not for position.
No.
Two cars we're looking at here absolutely are for position.
Yeah, that might be Josh Skelton that's actually behind them.
Okay.
Closing in on these guys. Just going to look at last lap times, 3:26 for him. Yeah, both the Van Wall cars are doing similar lap times, so it could be either or.
Yeah. Well, that battle for 4th place continues. Cosborg just ahead, James Baldwin, Dane Warren rather, from 6th place. Porsche Coanda ducks into the pit lane. So the 23 car is in for fuel. we heard earlier on Haley chatting to Gustavo Menezes, who had disappeared out in the late afternoon. Last time we caught him, he'd come back in with a bag of food.
Yes.
Claiming to be from a sushi restaurant, but probably from the local McDonald's.
He took to social media to
deny that it was a Big Mac.
To deny. And
I only went in for the free Wi-Fi. Honest,
I don't know if there was picture evidence, but.
No, I don't doubt it. He does take this stuff seriously. I was being facetious, but, you know, racing drivers like a McDo, and then they're on every corner. Here we go. Here comes the pass. Got the slipstream, got the run out of the first chicane, down into the second chicane. That is a absolute classic Le Mans pass between the two chicanes. You can force the car in front to outbrake himself even a fraction, and you get a clean run through, then you can slingshot by. That's a high-speed run between those two chicanes. VMAX there is as high as almost anywhere on the circuit. And so you get a great opportunity to make the pass. So now we ride behind. Ooh, and going past the Simsa Esports Ferrari. And the Van Wall behind. And the Van Wall, again, not on the same lap. So James Baldwin making that pass for AMG Petronas. We ride on board with Colin Spork. And he is now in 5th position. Again, you know, a top 6 finish in a field of this caliber, in a race as tough as Le Mans 24-hour virtual, is always going to be a big result, but you don't want to lose a place this close to the end, or any places this close to the end. You want to be, I mean, you're a racing driver, you always want to be going forward, but, you know, the different strategies, maybe Spork is on the end of a second stint of tyres, maybe Baldwin is towards the end of a first stint on his tyres. You never quite know at this stage how old the tyres are on the car when you're watching from the outside. And so Colin Spork and James Baldwin may both have known what position the other car was in, because when you're on the pit wall, real or virtual, you are monitoring what your close rivals are doing. You're not really that bothered about what a car 13 laps behind is doing in terms of tyres and fuel, but the guys that are around you in your little immediate knot of cars, you know, maybe 5 or 6 cars you're monitoring to the north and south of you on that timing pylon. When did they stop? How long was their last stop? And all of this is available on the timing. When did they, how long was their last stop? Oh, they took tyres. Okay, and we haven't. All right, if he comes, let him go. His tyres are a stint newer than yours. Don't kill the car. Don't make a mistake. Let him go. That's not our battle. We'll have fresher tyres than them at the end of the next stint, or, you know, at the end of his stint, and then we can get him back. So it's all about managing what you've got, getting the most out of what you've got, and managing the driver's expectations as an engineer, either increasing his pace beyond what he thought previously was sensible or sustainable to what you now believe might be sensible or sustainable, or the opposite would be true, like reducing the pace a fraction, or say, okay, don't fight him. Don't let him go, but don't fight him. You don't want him to ruin our race when he's got what we know as a mechanical advantage. And it may well be the case that that was it. It may just be the case that James is actually lapping quicker at the moment because he's feeling it. Not that Colin's not up for the race, but sometimes you are just really on it, and you can produce the pace. You know, both of them are in the top 5 positions. There's no question both these cars have got plenty of pace to be dealing with. So, yeah, you just manage your driver's expectations based on what you can tell him. Well, Dane Warren has completed his outlap in 6th position for Porsche Coanda. Darren Rocek for Next View Van Wall, the 444 car, is on an outlap, and that Van Wall is no longer in the back of the shot, so your guess that it was the 444 car was spot on.
There we go.
Your young eyes are better than my elderly eyes, clearly. So that's who that was. It was the 444. And in our GTE field, the pit lane is empty. In fact, the pit lane is empty. There is no one in who is still running. Yeah. he go? I mean, what he needs to do now is he knows that Wisniewski is going to try and cruise and coast, so force him to break later.
Yeah, he's going to take defensive line here. It's got to be the outside for Lehman.
Cut back. Yes.
Deep.
In the gravel, gets out.
I did sit here as he was moving. He did lock the front right just a touch there. And that was never going to work, but I respect it immensely. That was awesome. A great attempt.
But imagine if he binned it.
Oh yeah.
And then Wisniewski goes to the pits at the end of the lap.
Yeah.
You're kicking yourself.
And then AMG team Petronas take third.
Well, yeah, exactly, because they've got Baldwin in the car and he's going fast.
I think that would have been a very healthy wake-up call for Sasha Lehman to be like, okay, we'll try again. We won't make it that risky next time.
Yeah, James Baldwin is going very fast, as Ben says, in 5th place. The AMG Team Petronas car is actually quicker than Sasha Lehman on the last lap. And Lehman was in clear air, catching Nikodem Wisniewski. So the battle for third continues. The Mahler BMW is in between them, but not for long as they rush down towards the Porsche curves. And I think now there is plenty of time. There is James Baldwin in 5th place. I say it's 4 minutes 30 at the end of 24 hours. There is time. Where is the leader? Have they completed another? Yeah, they have, because they're a minute and a half ahead of that.
I think they might have to do a very strange end of the race and do a splash and dash on the penultimate lap, both the second and the 20. Of course, they don't want to do it on different points because they...
Whoa. Back up a minute. Back the bus up. What do you mean the 20? How many laps are they into the stint?
9. They're the same as the 2. But they don't want to show their hand, so they're both pushing it as long as possible.
What you mean, because of how late they're leaving it. So yeah, we might actually have them come into the pit lane this lap just to get 1 lap of fuel.
1 lap of fuel in.
Which will be a stationary time of like 5 seconds.
Wisniewski onto his 10th lap in this stint, so this has to be it now.
That's still a nearly 40-second stop, and they're only 60 seconds ahead.
Yeah, I think they're okay, but the thing is, Rosenqvist does the 2 pits, and he'll fall behind the 20, so he doesn't really want to do that.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that, okay, so if you're Josh Rogers, now I know how good Josh Rogers is at saving fuel. We've discussed this more and more time and time again. If they will have known that, they might have saved enough fuel. Now, as much as they are both safe to Wisniewski, the 2 is not safe to the 20.
No, exactly.
Right, okay. Last time round, Sasha Lehman, 3 minutes 28.7.
Because of trap, yeah.
Baldwin, 3 minutes 27.1. 3:28.2 for Wisniewski. That's the squabble for third. The leaders, who potentially might run out of fuel, 3:25.1 for Lullam and 3:25.6. So they are potentially maybe questionable for fuel, but lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than the guys behind.
They're
not remotely.
Wisniewski is.
If they were doing 3:28s and the guys in third place battle were doing 3:25s, then yes, they're saving, but they're not. They're going 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Coming to the pits. Are they coming jinking?
No. Okay, I will say is that they will not take this as a gamble.
On to the last lap.
They will know if they can do it or not.
Team Redline haven't. Coanda could now afford to go into the pits, knowing that they wouldn't lose third position.
Or wouldn't lose second.
Or wouldn't lose second, sorry.
Wouldn't lose second and won't win it. So on to, yes, it should be the final lap. Time will have run out by the time Chris Lullam gets to the line in the number 2 red line car. However, it is the last lap of Le Mans, and as we well know, absolutely nothing is yet safe.
Oh, don't remind me.
The 20s.
I know.
Martin's, he's chomping at the bit for a bit of drama.
I'm not, but God knows it happens.
This is the battle continuing between these two then. This is for third place, AMG versus Alpine.
Oh, don't send it there. Okay, now, the leaders are on the last lap. It is not the last lap for these guys. There is 1 more to go. Does AMG Team Williams have the fuel to make the final lap? Ben says...
Can't believe they can do.
I would kind of agree with Ben. I don't see how it can save an extra, because the stints aren't long enough to save an extra lap. which is what they would need to do over the entire stint. Now, don't get me wrong, they're running quite slow. They're doing very well to save us what they can, but I'm not sure. But again, same as what we were saying before with the other teams, it will be less of a gamble to them because they will know what fuel numbers they're running now and how much they need to get through what they've got in the tank. They will know whether they can make it or not right now, so we'll be able to see if they're going to come into the pit lane and relinquish third position to Alpine. They are not.
No. The battle is on. 1 lap to be on the podium at Le Mans. 2 cars that are both lapping a couple of seconds off the pace of the leaders. But Chris Lallam, Josh Rogers are safe at the moment, unless the fickle finger of fate strikes. AMG, Williams and Alpine Esports. This is the battle for the final podium spot in Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, and traffic may be a part of it. Down into the S's. Is that the 888 Ferrari in front? No, it's not.
SF. I will say, for Wisniewski, oh my goodness, as we cut away back up towards Indianapolis, let's see if Lehman can get through. He switched him off.
The Ferrari made contact with the back of the Alpine, and they are hard into the barriers, and 4th place may be under threat.
Yeah, that was... it's very broken. This could be a big moment for Sasha Lehman, for the Alpine Esports team. It could be heartbreak. You got to ask the question, was it worth it?
You have to go for it. It's the last lap of Le Mans. You have to go for it.
Not at Tetrus.
You have to go for it.
Not at Tetrus. There's no breaking.
He had to get by the traffic. He got tagged from behind by the Ferrari because he ducked in too close. The Ferrari couldn't slow down enough.
Complete misjudgment.
It happens all the time with LMP2 cars, as we know. You know, they pull in front at the last minute in the chicane in front of a GT car and stop dead as far as the GT car is concerned. But here is the leader, Chris Lallam for Team Redline, halfway around, 3/4 of the way around the lap. We are out of time. The checkered flag awaits. Team Redline, car number 2. They didn't make it onto the front row of the grid. They make it onto the top step of the podium, and there is the delight in the young man who takes victory in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual for 2023. The number 2 car takes the checkered flag, and we are waiting for Josh Rogers and Porsche Coanda, number 20. There is Josh Rogers, makes cucumbers look hot. That is a man who perhaps would have preferred to be on the top step of the podium, but has added the Le Mans Series Virtual title to 2 Porsche Esports Super Cup titles that he's won in GT racing over the last 3 seasons. He will take the title with his teammates in the 20 car.
Didn't like he cared, to be honest.
Later this, well, you know, when you've spent 24 hours trying to win the race and you're 21 seconds back and you've had a couple of drive-throughs, you look at yourself and you go, damn.
Yeah. Exactly that.
I think Lehman, by the way, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like
he's lost 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Through the second sector.
But I think it does seem like he has the pace to keep the AMG Petronas car, but he's coming up towards what the sector, which will be the hardest sector to drive with a car that is damaged like that.
Nikodem Wisniewski for AMG Team Williams on his way through the final sector of the race as well. There is the leader, there is the winner, there is the 3rd place car, Wisniewski. How did he hang on? Ben, this is his how manyth lap on this tank of fuel?
This will be 12 laps. That's really, really incredible. And to be defending as well, to have that pressure from behind, put the car in the right place and save fuel and force mistakes from the Alpine Esports car. Great drive from our previous champion.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Nikodem Wisniewski brings AMG Team Williams into 3rd place on the podium. Clearly sending Alex Brundle there was the factor that made the difference. And the battle for 4th place, Sasha Lehman clinging on in the Alpine Esports car. And how far behind is Jack Baldwin? It's going to be something like about 10 seconds. We transfer our attention now to the GTE class. Kevin Siggy has crossed the checkered flag in 2nd. Bruno Spengler has taken the flag in 3rd. They're both in BMWs for Team Redline, who are now champions, and for BS Competition, who finished 3rd here at Le Mans. But for Timotej Andonovski, doing the final stint for R8G, the car that started on pole, wins the race. No drama in between. Obviously, it's a 24-hour But there is the 71 car. He's done a bit of a major burnout and stoppy. There's probably, there you can see Kevin Siggy.
He's got a new tash.
Yeah.
It's his microphone, but it's fine. I will say that's the third win that R8G have had in the GT category.
Wow.
That's banter, fair enough. Also for Williams, just want to say about that car, it is the third Le Mans podium consecutively. Of course, we've already had three.
Oh, come on, team. Redline need to work on their donut formation flying here. They need to be nose to tail, don't they? I think that's probably a lot harder to do in the virtual. I mean, it must be tough in the real world, but even harder in the virtual world. So they're donutting away, and Andonovski, well, the team told us they didn't want to put in Smolyar for the final stint just in case there was another connection issue. You don't want to take that risk into the final hour. So Timotej Andonovski has the pleasure, the privilege, the delights, the zigzag emotions. Come on, check the mirrors of zigzagging across the line to win Le Mans in the GTE category. Yeah, he looks pretty happy with that too.
A few very good results in this race for a lot of teams. None more so than our race winners, of course, but a few very good ones up and down the order in each category. Of course, still fourth place for Alpine, by the way. They did tell me about 2 hours ago they'd be really happy with fourth place. I think they'll be slightly less happy with fourth place now than they were then, but fair enough. Obviously, the second Alpine car, Brabham. There's a lot of teams that have done
Brabham
really...
8th place. What a big result for a small team. Really is.
Huge.
Again, you know,
such a good job.
Brabs pops in here and gets whistled straight into the studio. You know, that's an indication of just what a nice setup the whole thing is, and delighted for him.
Also, what a massive result for a small nation. Macedonia with 3 drivers in this 888 car. Not a nation we really attribute to motorsport, but what an incredible result for them. I hope we see some celebrations.
So the race started at 2 p.m. Central European time. It was a Porsche lockout at the front in LMP, and that lasted just about to the start line. A brilliant getaway from the reigning Formula 1 world champion. Max Verstappen took the lead early on. GR Esports, their 86 car, in trouble right from the first lap. After problems for our early leaders, 888 and 71, Porsche Coanda took the lead, a 1-2 lead in GTE, and more issues for the 86 car. This time, although a handy bystander, car number 100 was not a participant. Big drama for Graf. In the real world, that would have been a multiple-hour rebuild of barriers. In the virtual, no harm done. Rain arrived, and then we had disruption of service errors on the servers, and after a long red flag got back to racing heading into the late afternoon, and with the pack bunched, it was like we're in Talladega. Cars everywhere, and the Mark Martin replay, the 28 car somehow avoiding everything. The driver will say skill, probably a degree of luck involved there. As we headed towards evening, battles up and down the order for every single position, and Redline and Porsche Coanda 20-1. They were very much the front runners. Again, door handle to door handle racing, heading into the long night at Le Mans. Not as long as the rest of the world have in January, but long enough to make even the pit entry road a battleground. The Brabham sneaking a spot there over the number 8 888 car on the way to that deceleration zone. And then, as the race progressed into morning, Redline's number 2 car came very much to the fore. A really strong charge. They were never out of the hunt. They had qualified 3rd on the grid and remained in the top 5 all the way through. There was a little get out of jail for a moment there for Alpine's esports car. Problems, though, for a number of our competitors during the night, with issues on track and with connection issues. And our Le Mans Virtual Cup team eventually had to withdraw. They were having too many ping problems over in Guernsey with their pro race drivers. 71 got tagged into a spin, but fortunately for our championship leaders in GTE, no major dramas, and they kept themselves very firmly in the hunt, sticking to plan A. Stay out of the pits if you can. Look how close it was in the pit lane. Contact with the pit wall for the number 2 car there. And it wasn't only the pit wall that was getting rubbed by some of our contenders. In GTE, the 888 from R8G, the Ferrari, back up to the front of the field after an unfortunate disconnect, dropped them originally back down, and they led the field into the morning hours. It was a shorter day than normal at Le Mans. Normally we'll finish at 3 or 4 in the real world, finishing here at 2 p.m, which meant that once daylight arrived, there was even less racing than usual. But Project One, the best of the Porsches in the GTE class, fighting their way up to the tail of the podium. Traffic always an issue, the faster cars having to be just as careful as the slower ones when they were against non-class rivals. Sim Marinello getting turned around by Project One as they battled for position. And Porsche's number 20 Coanda car coming through. And little mistake again, the 86 GR eSports car in problems. They weren't the only ones to suffer outrageous fortune. Fordzilla, after a phenomenally impressive race from that team, having an engine failure, the only major mechanical problem. The number 2 car, once it took the lead into the morning, never looked like relinquishing it. Porsche never looked like giving up the chase. And then all attention focused on the 2 AMG team cars from Williams and Petronas and the Alpine. And that, in the end, came down to a last lap error in traffic that potentially Sasha Lehmann could have taken lead. Had a dive bomb into the Mulsanne corner, didn't quite